Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Indeed, we are here every single weeknight, and we'll be expanding our Saturday shows again, starting next Saturday. We've taken a few weeks off for family and special times. We've done an amazing trip across country. I drove 10,000 miles, had some amazing experiences. We've got Jimmy Kimmel Live in the back talking about an embarrassing Trump video unearthed. I'll play in just a bit. Thank you. The Dave for 2020 campaign is still going forward. I understand we have some press coverage right now at the ucexpress.ie. I don't know what happened, but somebody sent a link. I'm going to have to look and see what I got there. Something about GOP's best friend Bernie Sanders, and my name's mentioned. I don't know. I'll look into that later. Yeah. But in the meantime, let's talk about the big elephant in the closet, Jeffrey Epstein's death. I would have come on Saturday if I knew that I could change anything, but I really cannot change the absolute corruption that is endemic in our system. It is so bad that now they've somehow been able to cover up Jeffrey Epstein's death. Maybe he's still alive. I'm about to show you something that'll shock you. A picture of Jeffrey Epstein has emerged in the autopsy that was apparently, I guess, just a picture of him being wheeled out. And his nose is different. The Jeffrey Epstein we know has a straight nose, whereas this Jeffrey Epstein they found has a hook nose. Very weird. Yeah. I'm wearing a nice shirt. Yes, it's a really high-end silk black shirt, in case you were wondering. I'm not going to name names, though. But look at the nose difference. Clearly, if Jeffrey Epstein didn't die, he's been shuttled somewhere else. The person that did die allegedly was hanging from a hook at 9 a.m. in the morning because his attorneys decided to pull him off a suicide watch a few days earlier. Yeah, so why wasn't he on a suicide watch? Because the people that are in power who have had dealings with children at Orgy Island, like Bill Clinton, like Hillary Clinton, they don't want Jeffrey Epstein to get away with a trial. They would rather shuttle him off to a nice private place and give him all the comfort he wants because he has billions of dollars. Money apparently got him a ticket out of jail and a fake death. Pretty good, huh? Well, that must have cost him a couple $1 billion, but gee. How about that for a get out of jail story? And this at this point is a conspiracy theory, but you can clearly see it doesn't take a West Point graduate to determine that that is not the same nose. And the nose knows. Look at that. Classic cover-up. Now the NYPD is involved. There were the 5 suicides that happened recently. I don't believe the cops are killing themselves. I think they're being shot. The honest cops behind the blue curtain are getting their heads clipped. The top of the line expert, highest paid homicide attorney or highest paid homicide investigator in New York's history was killed. They called it a suicide about a month ago. His boss was killed. They called it a suicide. And they were the ones that looked at the famous Anthony Weiner 600,000 emails that they had, and they were the ones that said they were going to take it to a higher court and never did. And the story that Anthony Weiner's emails, 600,000 emails, got completely shunned because of a supposed release of information. They said, oh, it's not 600,000 emails. It's the same emails that Hillary had, just repeated over and over again on his hard drive. Well, we never even got a chance to see the emails that Hillary Clinton had to start with. Strzok ended up culling those and pulling out only 3,500 emails out of the 35,000. So there's still over 30,000 emails that we haven't even seen. And now 600,000 emails that are put to rest because of people being killed at NYPD. So if this isn't a call for action for a third party, I don't know what is. When they're covering up pedophiles at the highest level, then they get a free ticket out of there. And his life, too. Clearly, he's still alive. This is the worst case of cover-ups in U.S. history, and we've had bad ones. Now, there are other stories out there that are ridiculous about Anthony Weiner, about the death of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not going to pay homage to any of them. There's one BS story being promulgated about Anthony Bourdain being the same person in the death picture as Jeffrey Epstein. I've already debunked that in the pre-show. I'm not going to give that any time whatsoever. He doesn't have the same nose either. The nose of the person that died is clearly a hook nose. You can clearly see that. And Jeffrey Epstein didn't have a hook nose. It was more like my nose. You can see that? My nose is not a hook nose. The Epstein conspiracy is just getting started, EO-cha. Yeah. The hematoma on the left cheek is not consistent with a hanging, but a blunt trauma force. Good point. Thank you. You think he was punched, knocked out, and hung by someone paid to do that for a reduced sentence. I don't even believe it's him. It's clearly not him, Dr. Meow. I mean, how could you even contend that that's Jeffrey Epstein? But whoever that was beaten up and then had a heart attack. If indeed that's what they have. Now, if there isn't going to be any DNA evidence attached to the death, the autopsy, and they just try to sweep this under the carpet, or they'll do like they did with Justice Scalia, they'll embalm the guy and then they'll cremate him the next day. Old Haas records my audio and listens to it on back porch late at night with a coffee and a flashlight. Well, good for you, old Haas. Well, the fact that he wasn't on a constant suicide watch implies that Trump didn't care about him well enough to keep him intact. Trump made no effort to protect his friend, Jeffrey Epstein. We don't try to talk about gay candidates here. I'm not here to make fun of Pete Buttplug or Buttgig. No way. Just because he's gay is no way to refute the guy. Yeah. He's made a lot of other statements that he claimed Ted Cruz was a man of ill repute, hiring prostitutes, and that's when Buttgig, that's when he became kind of a joke, reciting the Bible. I mean, a gay presidential candidate reciting the Bible is not appropriate. I'm sorry. He's making a mockery of all you good Christians that don't believe that homosexuality is okay. Okay? Love the sinner, hate the sin, right? Anyway. Yeah, unfortunately, Jeffrey Epstein didn't die. He's still alive. Unfortunately, we haven't had any real investigation into anything. So we won't probably have an investigation. This will all be swept under the cover of the bogus story that they're promoting. So yeah. Should we talk about anything else? Because really, we should talk about how we need a party to stop these corrupt two-party pigs and pedophiles. That's what we should be talking about. There is nefarious activity, you suspect. Trump might be implicated. After all, Jeffrey Epstein was seen visiting Trump in 2016 after he became president, but for some reason that story is scrubbed off the internet. He probably went into witness protection. Good point, Dalema. All right, at Dalema is here. Team Hillary probably took care of it. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein had a really good friend in Team Hillary and said, just kind of like take me out of here and replace me with a dead guy, I wouldn't doubt Epstein Island could be purchased by any number of new people, yeah. They probably put it up for sale to any pedophile with the kind of money. Nope. Well, many of you have finally come around to realize that Hillary Clinton has a body count of about 150 people. They're called the Clinton body count, and even that story is being suppressed and knocked back in all the different search engines. It's now 7 pages back. It used to be front row center when you Googled Clinton body count. But the lady that put together a list of all the people from, Vince Foster, who was found with 2 bullets in his head, and they claimed it was suicide. Nobody blows their head off twice and calls it suicide from 2 different weapons. Anyway, that's the cover-up story's starting point, Vince Foster, but there are other people, even people that knew him back, Bill Clinton back in Arkansas. Anyway, 150 people all died mysterious deaths that had potential dirt on the Clintons. What does that tell you? If you add Anthony Bourdain to it, it's up to 150. Maybe Epstein is in Orgy Island right now in his secret tunnel. You're right. But I doubt the government or the grand jury investigation is going to go on. I would order a grand jury investigation, and I would have that entire island looked over piece by piece and videotaped. Lucky for us, we have a videotape of Epstein's Island, and all the pedophile activities that happen there are pretty obvious from the make-believe doctor's office. They have a make-believe dentist's office there. They have fantasy rooms for kids to dress up in. And we've got video footage of that in the archive. So we'll be looking at that later tonight. Epstein could have paid someone to kill himself in prison, says Gotti Confidante, who frequently corrupt New York jail. Really? So NYPD is just the starting point of corruption. It goes deep, folks. The jails are corrupt over there in New York. Apparently you can buy anything over there. Yeah, we got real corruption in our government. And if you, the voter, don't seriously take concern anytime soon, we're never going to stop these people. They'll get away with molesting your children and getting away with it. Swoop. Ultra Faux. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Epstein could have paid someone to help kill himself in prison, says Gotti Confidant, who frequented corrupt New York jail. Wow. Interesting. Manhattan Jail, where Jeffrey Epstein was kept, was reportedly a nest of corruption for influential people, a former associate of the late mobster John Gotti Sr. has said. An inmate can get anything they want if they have the money, said Louis Kosman, before suggesting that Epstein could have paid someone to help him and end his life. If he killed himself, someone had to have helped him. He didn't kill himself. It's not him. It's definitely not him. There's no way that's him. End of story. Now we can talk about the real conspiracy here and how they're trying to cover up every story out there about pedophiles. Pedogate is born into the future. Pizzagate is still a bannable offense on Twitter and Reddit. Why would they make using a word like Pizzagate a bannable offense unless the presidents of both of those companies are involved in something? I ask you. All intelligent people with common sense would tell you you can't ban a word, but they have, because they don't want anyone looking deeper into the whole pedophile scene in DC and in Hollywood. It does look like the person that died, this poor Jewish guy right here, not the rich Jewish guy who got away, Epstein, who's clearly alive, but the poor Jewish guy right here, he probably, he poor guy probably had a heart attack. They pulled him out of the morgue. No doubt, yeah. They claimed it was a heart attack. So that's probably what happened. All right, so we're seeing a hate campaign going on here. People are making false statements about me all over the place. It's just the beginning, so get ready for it. All these people are making awfully messed things. What does your ear trace look like? Does it matter? I'm not Jeffrey Epstein. The eyes look different. The nose looks different. Yeah. Vittorio, what do you have?
A lot of folks are taking the internet-fueled idea of storming Area 51, where conspiracy theorists think the government has aliens on ice, as just clickbait. But it appears the U.S. Air Force is taking these threats seriously.
I believe that the Area 51 case is the U.S. government implanting a fake story about Area 51. I don't believe there's a million people who are going to storm Area 51. This is another fake news story. This is called the alien agenda. The government's been pushing this for some time. Even this talking puppet from Fox News, who will say whatever people pay him to say, is promoting the same alien conspiracy. It's all BS. There's no million people signed up to storm Area 51. This is another story of alien agenda. The government's trying to divert your attention rapidly right now because they are deep in it with the Jeffrey Epstein case, and they won't even answer to anybody. You know, I met my public officials a couple of weeks ago, and you know what the common thing I saw in all of them was fear. Fear. And I have a keen sense of what fear is because I've seen a lot of people afraid in my life. I've been around some tough neighborhoods growing up in Los Angeles. And I can tell you, I felt fear. And it wasn't fear of me. It was just fear in general, like their job is on the line. They can't say anything. That kind of fear. That's what I think is going on in our government right now. Not one of you people know a person that signed up to Area 51 to storm Area 51. And you people, you guys spread out. You know a lot of people on various networks. Ace Spade, thank you for telling me that. Nobody, has anybody here talked to anybody at all that signed up to storm Area 51? Press 1. He should, Eric. Okay, all the fake people have said, yeah, the fake people have said 1. You've met people that signed up to storm Area 51? Oh, come on. Seriously. You really believe that? Okay. Dr. Mark Siegel has piped in on this. Let's talk about the real things, not the fake stuff. No, I grew up in LA. I've been around a lot of tough situations. I can tell you, I can smell fear on people. Yeah, well, Y2K did seem like a weird glitch thing. I don't think it was just hype. I still think that there was a glitch somewhere. David, the Mossad used Epstein. He's a Mossad agent used to get power elites to be compromised, same way the CIA used Hugh Hefner to compromise power elites in the USA. Sammy, I know, we covered that. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's getting complete and utter backing. He's got a new place to live and probably a few underage girls to hang out with tonight. Yeah, and if he wants to kill them, he can kill them too. They can't stop him from killing little girls either. Yeah. So you're basically, by voting 2 parties, you people have signed to just turn a blind eye to pedophilia at the highest level in the government. That's what you've done. Epstein is not pronounced Epstein. No. Sorry. Is Dave a vampire with his youthful looks? Are you immortal, Dave? No, I use fruit enzyme spray. I told you. Every 15 minutes I rehydrate my body. Yeah. And I take good care of myself. I wear press-on veneers, but I have a full smile underneath. I don't like to show it because I've got some yellowing in my teeth. Oh, the trip was just a bad camera work. I told you it was the lighting. Everything was the lighting. The trip was a disaster too. I was in the middle of hellhole, U.S. Central. Oh my God. It's unbelievable how screwed up our country's roads are. I just drove 10,000 miles and I can tell you, not only are they screwed up, but we have things that are not supposed to be there that the government has never told us about. We have things all over the country now in every major city that look very much like, I don't know what they look like, bells, hanging bells. Yeah. What the New World Order is trying to do is hard to really describe to people, but they're constructing things without even talking to you about them. They won't tell you what these bells are. This one example right there is this picture of one of the bell towers in Cleveland. They're all over the place now. And you know what's really strange? There's not one single picture of this online of any of these bell towers. Now I know we've got top searchers on the internet looking for pictures like this. Meow TV found a circle of about 12 lights on a stand. These aren't lights. They come in sets of 6 bell towers all around a circle. We don't know what they are. I've yet to find out. I'm going to contact the FCC and maybe someone else, but they're all over our cities now, within a 5-mile stretch of the most highly trafficked area in every city. You picked the most trafficked area. Oh, you got some veneers? Good. Excellent. Well, I recently had a tooth problem. And I actually, thank goodness I had the veneers, because I couldn't have done the show otherwise. Where were the cameras? Why was there no observation of Jeffrey Epstein? Good point, True Blue. So for someone who had supposedly been on suicide watch, me as a physician, this person that's in this article I'm going to read, no psychiatrist would take a person off suicide watch in this kind of condition, sex offender and just. He's fine. He says he's fine. That's not how a psychiatrist would act. Okay, let's go to the article. So if any of you know what these are, great. Please tell me, because to this day, we don't know what they are. And they're all over cities like Cleveland. You can see them 300 feet apart. This is the Cleveland route. They're in Pittsburgh, they're in Boston, they're in DC. They're all over the certain areas that they're very highly concentrated. You spent $7,000 for really good veneers? Wow, it's pretty cool. I only spent $600 for press-on veneers for myself and $600 for Sarah. She actually bought them, not me. Anyway, let me take this off the screen and get that picture, that story up for you. Thank you. The most powerful, boom, Dr. Spiegel, Mark Spiegel, odd that autopsy delayed. Have never seen anyone taken off suicide watch in 2 weeks. Wow. Look at that, folks. He joined Mark Stein on Tucker Carlson tonight to discuss the unusual death of Jeffrey Epstein. Well, you know, Tucker is completely owned, and he's probably going to just say whatever they tell him to say. Act like he's concerned, and then we'll never hear about it again. But I'm glad the guy's getting an interview with Tucker Carlson. That's a good start. I don't lease them, no. But I had to have a tooth repaired, and I ended up having one of my bicuspids actually fell off. It was a tooth I had had for 21 years since I met Sarah. And I actually had a major incident. She handed me one of these dried shiitake mushrooms, and I bit into it, and that was all it took. Don't ever get dried shiitake mushrooms. They're like corn nuts. Okay, from Mark Stein's article. So basically, after 6 days on suicide watch, his suicidal tendencies cleared up. That's the official position. That's ridiculous from a medical point of view. Thank you, Dr. Mark Spiegel. Spiegel pointed out several unusual lapses in procedure the night of his death. Good. So unless there's a grand jury investigation, like right now, into this, we have to assume that there is a complete cover-up going on at the highest levels among our congressmen. Because if I were a senator right now, I would be urging all other senators, Democrat, Republican, to get a grand jury investigation going immediately. They're covering up a mountain of pedophile activity in Washington, D.C. So anyway, the guy told me, he said, you know, there's a couple options. I can put an implant in and take your tooth out completely for $3,000. Or I can drill a hole in it and put a plastic insert and attach a plastic tooth to it. And I said, how much is that? About $400, including X-rays in and out. It's like, okay, I'll do the 400 one ahead of because I know if I have to have an implant in one of my bicuspids, I'll do the implant for long term. But I'm not going to worry about it right now. And I've got these press-on veneers which work okay. There's no way I would pay There's no way I would pay $3,000. Isn't that funny? There's no way I would pay $3,000 for that. That takes real skill to do that. I can't chew with them, no. But my real teeth are there. I can chew with my real teeth, and now I have a tooth there, but it's plastic. Oh my gosh, Miley Cyrus broke off with husband Liam Hemsworth. Whoa. I can't get over that. Well, that means she's available. So you might find a date or something, Meta-Nemesis. You are her age. You know, you could ask her if she'd like to go out on a date together in your hometown. Sarah does not in any way want to wear her veneers. I got her veneers, or she got the veneers. We split it. We had a 2-for-1 deal. They're normally $1,500 for two. We got them for $600 each, and they're still work. So he broke her achy breaky heart. Yeah. Well, I'm not judging Miley Cyrus for having homosexual behavior. That's for you to judge. You Christians could be all the judges. Yeah, why is it Christians just spend their time judging people? Does anyone really know? Well, they're homosexual, you know. I'm not saying I would hook up with. No, I'm very content in my relationship. If Miley were to knock on the door tomorrow and say, "Hey, Dave, what do you say we hook up and leave Sarah behind?" I would say, "Get the hell out of here, you skanky whatever." Yeah, I'm not in any way going to fall for some woman at the door. Meta-Nemesis, what are you saying? So Miley Cyrus is now the topic of the day. Couldn't we rather talk about Mark Siegel talking about how there were no cameras in Jeffrey Epstein's cell? Okay, she struggled to make her relationship with Liam work. I think most successful women do that. I think everybody has to work at their relationship at a certain point. Yeah. I know. Why all these people are aging so fast? You know, it's a hard life they're leading, no doubt. Why would Vaughn need my help? Sammy Davis says he's a Jewish, but he hates the fact that his people killed Jesus. Well, Jesus was Jewish too, you know. They said he was the king of Jews. I don't need a Nikon camera. You can't bribe me. Please don't send me a Nikon camera. I don't judge Miley for being different. You know, I understand she's a Satanist. I'm not here to pass judgment on Satanists. I'm just here to condemn them to hell when they pass away. So I officially condemn all Satanists to hell. But here on earth, I'm not here to judge. Say you're a deviant homosexual. I'm not here to judge you. You can be deviant all you want. Well, we don't know if she's gay or not. That's just a hearsay at this point. Now let's get back to. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's clean up the conversation.
Clean it up.
We got a woman coming in here. Let's stop talking about all this stupid stuff. But we will get back to the Jeffrey Epstein story and Mark Siegel's claim on Tucker Carlson that Jeffrey Epstein should never have been taken off of suicide watch.
Never.
Never. Ever. Now let me get the horse behind you out of the screen, because this is our theme is Conspiracy Monday. We talk about the Illuminati and New World Order.
I'm sure they don't want your germs either, Black Kitty. No, I'm just kidding.
No, no one wants germs. So you're going to give me a break?
I'm going to give you a break.
Is there a hot dog in there?
Yeah, you can mute it.
Okay. You might have something there. What is that from?
That's not
it. No, that's not it.
But the problem with that one is there's like a pole above it.
Mm-hmm.
This one's there's no pole above it. But
yeah, there's no pole above it.
You could have a point.
No, it's not the same thing we've seen all over the country, Sarah. Don't let Now TV come up with this one. No, sorry. That is not this. It's slightly different.
Like, what's that? Why is it hanging down?
Yeah, and where's the dome over the middle? There's a dome over every middle one. They have like an end cap.
With a little antenna, which is why we thought it was 5G to start with.
Yeah, we thought it was 5G, but we have yet to find a single picture online that would be similar to that. Thank you.
Close, but no cigar. Okay, I was just going to say... Okay, that's it. All right, well, that is interesting. Sammy, you think these are the mysterious things? Let's see, maybe. I'll pause it, though. High mast pole. Does have a high mast pole, but these are circular, and those seem like they're square. Yeah, see? the thing that you have there, is there a certain period in there? All the ones that we've seen on there have circles. It's not just a pole. It's like, it's just weird. And they're always at interchanges, like where the 405 meets the I-5, and there's one there in the north side. I think there's one in the south side where the 405 meets 90 maybe. No, I like high mast poles. Sorry if I didn't enunciate the S earlier. Anyway, I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, everyone desperately needs our help now. Hello, William. I like that David has this set up so I can see all the chats. Meta Nemesis and Ace Spade. Sarah, comma, capital D for David, performed a very rare trick with his veneers tonight. Oh, what was the trick? Hello. Abdabali123. Hello. Not quite. You flipped them. Wow, that's pretty amazing. And there's a lot of guests. I'm so glad I can see the guests type over. Hi, True Blue. Over at iVlog. Google search high mast poles. All right, let's see. Have I seen the cell towers? Yeah, not really. These are not exactly what I'm thinking of. I mean, they're interesting, but no. They're in a circle, I'll give you that much, but they're not what I'm talking about. Still, wait, that one. With hot... This might be close. With hot what? I have seen the cell phone towers that are made to look like trees, Dalami. And Abdabali. 123. Oh, hi, Busy. No, I'm sorry, I didn't say hi to you. Hi. Busy 123. No. Busy 53. There you go. Now, not only did I get to say hi to you, I also typed it in the room. All right, let me look at this one. Light pole, solar street lights with hot dip galvanization with lifting systems. Close. Close. There is pretty close. But I don't... That's just the pole. What is that thing on top of it? Okay, I'll leave that. Alright, I got your picture that's the closest to it. And I'm leaving it for David. They're the ones in Cleveland exactly where they told me they will be without the fog. Oh, here we go. Alright, thank you. Yeah, that's it. Oh, okay. Alright, thank you. Yeah, I think that is it. Alright, I think you guys have it. It is must be lighting, and that was the thing. Oh, that's not, it's not close. It is Cleveland. Okay. The dome is the motor to raise or lower the lamps on the mast when there's a storm. Okay. Thank you for it. That makes more sense, like why they're there for high density traffic. Why aren't they everywhere in the cities, and they're just where there's major interchanges? No, we stayed in the hotels where they were high enough to have a refrigerator, but not a minibar. So they did have a refrigerator. What I liked about the hotels we stayed in is they were at the level where there was a continental breakfast and a refrigerator in the microwave. But if you go like higher ticket than that, there's like a mini bar, and then like there was no mini bars in any of those. I know we have to get out. No, I don't want to get out in the world more often. I just don't really want to be like, what's that? I've never seen it before. I didn't really think of it, but... And then his whole thing about 5G. And of course, it's like, by the time you're driving and you're so tired, and it's like, you just see nothing forever. And then it's, poles, I had. Anyway. I wasn't quite at that. I used to stay where they left the light on for me, but now it was a little bit more than that. I stayed at a little bit nicer. I don't have 5G in Moscow, just got it after Paris. Okay. We have test areas, and David was thinking that Cleveland, he was thinking that these areas were the test areas. I don't know. I don't do weed, so I don't worry about those kinds of things, Sammy. How many weeks till weed is out of your system? I'm not sure. 30 days maybe? I really don't know. Ask your doctor. Well, no, I'm not. You can ask somebody that knows, because I don't. Yeah, exactly. I kept saying maybe there were lights, but then there were lights nearby, so that's why he thought they weren't lights. Yes, that's true. I agree with you there, True Blue. Stayed on the side road motels. They have full free breakfast compared to the off-road highway motels, which cost more and you get less. In Michigan? In Detroit? What? In Michigan? Oh, Dearborn would be a good place to test it. True. Okay. Oh, goodness. Alright, but, yeah. Oh, I should show you guys. Well, I'll leave them up for David. Thank you for doing the research for me for those holes. Dave and I should buy a tanning bed to get bronzed. I don't want skin cancer, so I think before I invest in a tanning bed, I'm going to invest in a sauna. They're light in their main lobby. Sammy Davis. I don't know the answer to your question, Pirate. Maybe Kansas? No, I don't know. I don't think I want one of those poles for my garden. But maybe one day I will have that. Yeah, for the nighttime, as long as I can add grow lights to it, then it'll be like growing all the time. But my garden is out in like a neighborhood around there. Well, it's at the schoolyard. That might be good. I'll think about it. I don't know. I just came up with that as far as Kansas. Everything is nailed down except the beds, which you have to lift if you bring. They allow you to bring a cat or pets for free, and you have to lift the beds because your cats go underneath the beds. Not fortunately, not that many. I've convinced him to leave the little shampoos, but he did bring some soaps when we opened them, because then it was mostly only the ones that we opened he brought home. Some of the other ones. Wow. Thank you, Victory for Cake. Obama's boogie. Well, that was in 2016. But yeah, thanks for finding that. Well, it wasn't. We did not stay in a single Motel 6 this trip. We haven't been in one for 8 years, probably. Yeah, 8 years. No New York EMT, fortunately not. Dogs, cute little dogs. They're using those. Is that what you're saying? Well, fortunately, they use a high power, very hot washing machines. Victory for Cake. Well, I think I'm good. So today I got my shipment of from Toe Juice. Oh, that's pretty cool. Air conditioning costs fell by 97% since the 1950s. Yes, that machine has saved and improved millions of lives around the world. It's continuing to become ever more affordable. Has it right. Toe Juice. No toe jam, just toe juice. I know, it's hilarious, but yeah, it's on this. You can check it out yourself. Toejuice.com. It's you can put it between your. They have different things, but one is like this stuff you can. It's like a analgesic or something. Anyway, it's like you can put it between your toes, and it's good for any toe problems. And my shipment arrived today. I should go do my unboxing. I also got my well, you guys knew I graduated, so I also got my cap and gown today, which is very cool. Well, maybe Sammy Davis, but I know it's just for my own personal use. Tokens? Is that videos for foot fetish people? Tokens. Haha. But anyway, yeah. I don't get it. Feet are my least favorite part of the human anatomy, so I don't really understand people's like of feet. I don't really get that at all. Oh, that's pretty interesting, chat room celebrity. Yeah. Wow, that's pretty amazing, True Blue. Okay, Truth Conspiracy. Thanks for sharing. Or not. You could have kept that to yourself. And I would have been fine with that. Oh, man. I wonder what happened here. Maybe I should sign in and it will fix it for me. Well, just feet, Truth Conspiracy. Crime stats 1350. You just got back to your doctor's office. You've been having panic attacks since David educated you about chemtrails. You got anxiety medication dosage increased. God bless. Well, don't watch his show if he increases your anxiety. Sorry. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did you miss me, or did that increase your anxiety? Oh, that's hilarious, Sammy Davis. Very funny. What I want to go in here and change this. Oh, no, I don't want to go in there. I want to change my settings in here. No, that's not what I want to do. So I think Canada gets the opposite. Oh, here we go. English. Canada. No. There we go. Update. Canada gets a different newsfeed than US does. Good to know. I can change that to France or something like that. Okay, they're claiming that Jeffrey Epstein used a bedsheet to make a noose. Well, somebody did. There's a rule that could reshape legal immigration. That's good, Rumble Tumble Bee. Use your time the way that best benefits your life. So Trump's policy favors wealthier immigrants for green cards. It's all about who has money. Oh, and they make major changes to protections. NPR's thing says Trump administration makes major changes to protections for endangered species, and the New York Times article headline says U.S. significantly weakens the Endangered Species Act. I don't know. I haven't seen All Other Women. Maybe I'm just the prettiest to you, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Because I am a pretty woman that spends time on the internet. I'm the prettiest woman ever in David's eyes, yes. Maybe. I don't know, Sloopy. I might have some competition with Sloopy from that one. Ooh. Did Snopes... Never mind. I know. Exactly. You see what I have to compete with. L Brand CEO Les Wexner has been giving documents to investigators showing alleged Jeffrey Epstein theft. Ooh. A North Carolina woman took her 3 dogs to a pond to play. Within hours, her pups had died from toxic algae. Better tell my sister that. New Jersey is the latest in the lead pipes in the water.
Oh, New Jersey has a lot of it.
Handing out thousands of bottles in Newark.
Whoa.
Wow. People are finally tuning in.
They tried filters, but filters
They won't get it.
fail to keep the lead out.
Yeah. The filters are not good enough to keep the lead out.
I signed in and changed a setting thing.
Oh, you signed into Outlook over there?
Well, Google News, and then I went down here
Okay.
and did English and region and changed it to
Oh,
English
thank you so
United
much,
States
yeah.
instead of...
Could you go to YouTube and see if that's clued up? Just any one of those YouTube channels you can click on right there. Okay, it hasn't signed in yet there. Okay, good. I'm good.
No, yeah.
All
you'd
right,
have
great.
to-
I'm glad you straightened that out. The world
Hopefully.
news is better than Canada
Oh,
news.
okay.
Thanks, Sarah, for coming in and being
Oh,
part of our
thank
show.
you. I remind you of your mother. Well, then obviously your mother is the prettiest woman.
Yeah, she's
Ever.
very nice. Lucky you have a mother like Sarah. She's a
Yeah.
wonderful person. 2 million people want a green card. Well, Trump is ready to give it to them so he can hire them at his Mar-a-Lago hotel.
There you go. You're not lowering your IQ wearing a gas mask to protect you from the chemtrails.
Yeah.
Have fun with that one.
But he's...
Did you have your dinner?
I did. I had a hot dog
Did you
straight
have
up.
the salad?
I did the salad, and I gave everything. I also recommend anyone else can have that last hot dog, or even split it and make 2 hot dogs out of it. So you can split it in half and have 2 hot dogs with somebody else.
All right. Maybe I'll put it aside for tomorrow too.
Either way, it's up to
Dinner
you.
for somebody.
Yeah, if somebody happens to be here, like, sure. Thank you so much for helping out, Sarah. You're awesome. She really helps in so many ways. I can't tell you, folks. I could never have been able to build this political movement for 11 years without Sarah. She's incredible. Just having a person to give me a little break now and then in the long 5-hour show has been invaluable. I mean, she gives me a half hour here and a half hour there, and I really appreciate it. Something very bad's about to happen in Hong Kong. LiveLeak has some stories. Yeah, it's getting really bad for people who don't want to be deported to mainland China whenever they commit a crime. Mainland China wants to re-educate everybody in Hong Kong. Okay, another story is coming up. I didn't know what that was per se. It didn't seem like a... Whoa. Okay, this is a lineup of Hong Kong army militia going in to lay martial law down on Hong Kong to stop the protests, everybody. This is exactly what they feared when Hong Kong took over from British rule, an even greater totalitarian control over the lives of these people that were once veritably a democratic enclave of China. Okay, well, let's take a look at what took so long. FBI raids Epstein's Caribbean island. Really? Okay, yeah, it took forever, didn't it? Little St. James Island, one of the properties of financier Jeffrey Epstein, they've been raided. When was this article? August 2019. August 13th, so today. Wow. 2 days after his death, inside a New York jail. A group of tourists on a chartered boat off the coast of the island spotted the law enforcement on Monday and took photos and videos of the raid. Why did it take so long? Wow. Talk about our government not being willing to look at its corruption from within. That's really the problem, people. Our government will never, ever do any internal cleaning or monitoring of its corruption. Consequently, we have the worst possible people running the nation. This is called a kakistocracy, the worst possible people running the country. Unscrupulous scumbags who don't care about anything but their own re-election. Well, 10 million, a mere 10 million in Hong Kong is nothing compared to the 1.4 billion. Yeah. Well, many people in Hong Kong are leaving. Their family members are, getting out. Yeah, there are people coming here all the time in our area, and I see them with loads of money too. They're full of cash. They're oftentimes going to the casinos in my area and spending big bucks. So we bring in a lot of money in Washington from the National Chinese, believe it or not, and Hong Kong especially. They may just want to move to Canada or the U.S., I know. You're looking forward to those videos of doomed Hong Kong? I'm not. I don't want anything bad to happen, but it does seem like the Hong Kong is being forced into military compliance. You're right. Good point, Dr. Meow said. They're over at Epstein's place because the FBI is there to get rid of the HD, the hard drives, and the servers, like they did for the Clintons. Wow. I certainly hope that these people have videotapes of all their activities. Otherwise, they're going to be held in contempt of court by a grand jury investigation. And I mean the FBI. If they aren't dotting their I's and crossing their T's, they're in trouble. Seriously, if they're just seizing things without videotaping what they're doing, no way. Hey, Scissorfied, good evening. Remember when the FBI went in and found Stephen Paddock's hard drive in Las Vegas? I don't, because they didn't. They actually never found Stephen Paddock's hard drive during that time period. They actually said his laptop was missing a hard drive. That was a news story. And then lo and behold, 9 months later, somehow they found kiddie porn on his hard drive. So yeah, it's easy to say a dead guy had kiddie porn on his hard drive. And according to the experts, his brother did too. So those are the people, the dead people that have kiddie porn on their hard drives, not the people that are really doing it. Those people are actually hiding under the radar and getting away with unscrupulous pedophilic acts, which may have been on those Anthony Weiner emails that the New York Police Department is afraid to actually look at. So we've got all these stories flying right now and not one bit of oversight by our government. Need I say more? We need a third party, period. Let's get some music in here. Yeah, I'm hoping something will be nice. Man, I'm telling you. Well, I can tell you, I am the answer to this problem. I will do everything I can in the power of the American people to get oversight over this corruption. I am ostensibly going to make the left act more right and make the right act right for America. Because I'm Mr. Right.
You're the peace I found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just to turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. They found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, thank you for that momentary musical interlude. I needed something to break out of the mold here because we are overwhelmed with complete BS coming from our media. Every day we're lied to. Every day Tucker Carlson will pay a slight homage to a doctor that said that Jeffrey Epstein should have had somebody there in his attendance. Every single piece of evidence is being brought up, but I'll bet nothing happens. Seriously. I'd be surprised if anything did happen in our two-party system, which covers for pedophiles in Washington, D.C., like they covered for Dennis Hastert. And Tony Podesta, his friend, never has been charged with anything. Neither is his brother, Jeff. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Jeffrey Epstein, cellmate, was mysteriously transferred day before suicide. This is something very pertinent here. Yeah, Tony Podesta and his brother, John Podesta, in charge of Media Matters, have never been accused of anything. Yet there's all kinds of potential problems with the emails that we saw that were in the WikiLeaks. Yet we've seen no progress there whatsoever by our Justice Department. In fact, it's like I said earlier, they're banning the name Pizzagate on Reddit and Twitter. All right, let's look at this. Jeffrey Epstein's cellmate was mysteriously transferred day before suicide. Correctional officers of the New York City prison that was housing Jeffrey Epstein didn't check in on him for hours leading up to his apparent suicide on Saturday, now, I don't think it's apparent at all, by the way, which occurred just after his cellmate was transferred, leaving Epstein alone in the cell for reasons that remain unclear. Now, again, without a grand jury investigation into this immediately, our government is going to be doing nothing. They're covering for pedophiles. That's all we can assume. Epstein, who was 66, was found unconscious in his cell, Metropolitan Correctional Center, and later pronounced dead, raising questions about how the wealthy financier imprisoned on sex charges could have been able to kill himself while at a high-security facility just over 2 weeks after he had already attempted suicide. Well, I say they pulled the guy's cellmate out because they didn't want the cellmate to say, hey, this isn't the real Jeffrey Epstein. He would have said, hey, man, this isn't the real Jeffrey Epstein, because according to this video, hopefully it's right here. That's not it. Epstein could have paid somebody, right? But more importantly, look at this. Boom. That's it. Thank you. Getting a little filled up there in my link pages. But yeah, there is solid evidence that this is not Jeffrey Epstein who died. The person who was found dead was not him. You look at the nose and you can see the nose knows. No doubt about it. You're looking at two separate types of noses, and I'll put them vertically so it's easier for you to see. But look at that. That is not Jeffrey Epstein. The person they found dead on a gurney is not Jeffrey Epstein, so he's not dead. Think about that. Yeah. No, everything is a conspiracy. You just have to look into it deep enough, and the problem is you've had your eyes shut for too long. You're denigrating the idea of looking into the truth as being a conspiracy. You're no different than some brain-dead CIA programmed idiot. You don't belong in here, sir. God, can you believe that guy? Everyone is supposed to be talking about the talking points, not really the truth. And these people come in and start pushing talking points all the time, like they don't want to hear the truth, that it's a conspiracy. David, what just blew your mind? Weren't there rumors of Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell coming out with pedo information before they supposedly offed themselves? Yeah, we've been talking about that for some time, A Spade. You finally got to that. Good for you, man. Yeah, there's definitely a connection between Chris Cornell's death and Chester Bennington's death of supposed suicide. Both of those cases look very suspicious, too. Anthony Bourdain's suicide, very suspicious. All these people lead one to believe that our government is so corrupt that they're willing to off people anytime they want. I'm planting seeds in the garden of all your minds, Sammy. Thank you. Yeah, Hillary's dead brother. What happened about him? Scissorfied brought up a good point. Just a couple months ago, Hillary lost her brother. And he died pretty young. Yeah. What about that? Tony Rodham died, and she didn't make many statements other than her care and love for her brother. But it is kind of interesting, the timing on Hillary Rodham's brother, Tony Rodham. Hey, Amber, want to get in my lap? There we go.
Amazon. It's everywhere in your life.
Amazon's becoming an invasive species.
Yeah, it really has become an invasive species. Amazon, at this point, should be paying the same rates we would for USPS shipments. Here we go.
Tony Rodham has died. Former Secretary of State tweeting this: "We lost my brother Tony last night. It's hard to find words. My mind is flooded with memories of him today.
When he walked into a room, he lighted up with laughter. He was kind, generous, and a wonderful husband to Megan and father to Zach, Simon, and Fiona. Will miss him very much. The cause of death is not yet known. Tony Rodham was 65.
Okay, cause of death still not known. Why Tony Rodham died. Isn't that a little weird? To this day, we don't know how he died. Anybody else find any more information, feel free.
Watching King Kong when I was a kid.
All right, we're going to move out of that story, and I'm going to try to calm my cat down here in my lap. She never seems to get calm here. She can never find herself there. Okay, we have stories from all over the internet now. Epstein alive, suicide fake. That's what I believe. I don't believe that's a conspiracy theory. That's practically conspiracy fact at this point. Based on the fake nose we just showed you. The nose knows. Okay, nice try for the lap kitty time, but that's not working here. Wow, thank you for sharing that information. Jeffrey Epstein used bed sheet to make noose, according to a report. The fact that he wasn't under a suicide watch is indicative right there of something very seriously wrong with our system. Okay, here's the story of Just Paste It. Epstein alive, suicide fake. How many of the sheeple fell for the suicide story? Got the wrong thing on the screen, hang on. Ah, yes. Let me organize that. German ham radio operators are reporting that Epstein has been transferred to Ramstein Air Base under heavy sedation. They reported that he was escorted into the base by a heavy military contingency. They may be onto something. One of the ham operators said that he has never seen so many military vehicle escorts since living 1 mile from the base. It's going to leak sooner or later, I'm sure. You have to ask yourself, how in the world could he kill himself under so many protections while in a suicide watch cell? Exactly. And it goes on to say, "Dear Patriots, the dead guy in the photo is not Jeffrey Epstein. He is none other than Hillary's dead brother, Tony Rodham." Whoa. Why, you ask? It's a direct strike on Hillary Clinton? Okay. I don't know. I'm not going to go with that theory until I actually look at it. This looks like a QAnon feed, and I don't do a lot of QAnon feeds here. For obvious reasons. The government owns QAnon. They own Anonymous, too. They have so much money, the government can print up money and buy hackers left and right. Why would they have an independent voice out there, other than America's third party, I ask you? Yeah, I never stayed at any hotel below $150, really. But thank you for offering. So you put Epstein in a cell with a temporary cellmate. You put Epstein mask on the cellmate and put another mask on Epstein so the guard don't know anything. You transfer the cellmate, which is in fact Epstein with a mask. Yes, you suicide the cellmate and take pictures of his latest face. I wonder who his cellmate was. Was it the guy that died? Calming you, Sammy? Okay, thank you. And here's the Jeffrey Epstein suicide conspiracy explained in under 2 minutes on 153news.net. Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein, the infamous sex offender, pedophile, and friend of the inner circle elite, killed himself while awaiting trial in a Manhattan cell. And if you believe otherwise, you're a tinfoil hat-wearing conspiracy theorist who needs to be censored. So whatever you do, do not like, share, and subscribe to this information, or the FBI will label you a domestic terrorist for believing in the conspiracy. So without...
Yeah, he has a good point. Yeah, I better not play this now because it could take my entire show off the internet. Yeah. I'm glad he warned everybody about that, because if you talk about the truth, you could have your show taken down. It's true. He hung himself while the guards were outside, is the official story. Thank you, dead baby fetus. Rhyming in with a little bit of information there. A lot of you have heard different stories, and I like to take your information piece by piece and just kind of assemble it. Yeah, I'll listen to that guy. I'm sure he's got legitimate reasons to consider what I believe is true as well. But I don't really want to be taken off the internet. He made a good point. Yeah. I'm glad he warned people, you know.
Certainly.
Yeah. I will play it later, though. I just don't want them to ban my YouTube channel as a result of playing it. Yeah, we are living in kind of that world, in case you didn't know. The Thursday cooking show has not been devised yet. I still am worrying about... I've been dealing with last week's charred burger. Swiss charred burger. Yeah. Do you think I was mean to him and bullied him? No. I don't think he committed suicide. I think it's safe to say Jeffrey Epstein's living in an underground unit in Denver right now. If you want to contact him, we can get him on the phone. Let's see. See, we have to dial 1-800 New World Order secret headquarters. Don't dial that. If you do, they'll block you. Let's call the Zionist elite and see what they want to do about it. The ones that control the world with pedophiles and people like Jeffrey Epstein solicited in pedophilia. People wondered how he made all his money. Many people have no idea how he made his money. I don't think anyone really knows for sure. So it had to be through selling children. But speaking of the Russian control and the Zionist control, if these are the people that are controlling the world through people like Jeffrey Epstein, like the Mossad may have control of them, then we really have a bigger problem than Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that right? That's right, Hillary Clinton. You're right. Okay, so we got a good stool pigeon, a guy who will do anything the government tells him to do, or the powerful elitists tell him to do, Donald Trump, who basically will spank his monkey on call because they've got pictures of him spanking his monkey on call. But in lieu of that, being we know now from the Mueller testifying that they do have the goods on Donald Trump, that the Russians really have sex dossier on him, and that's still in play. But we're supposed to call this the new normal. Okay? Now, as a voter, I'm not okay with that. And that's why I'm really frustrated with the Democratic and Republican Party. I don't know how to make instant pudding that isn't polluted with all kinds of cornstarch and stabilizers. And yeah, I couldn't make instant pudding for you from scratch. I'm not good enough. Thank you, though. I don't believe, no, there's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein made his money as a hedge fund manager. When looking into his background was with Bernstein, I believe. He didn't have any income whatsoever when tracing his records. So there was no, yeah. I don't know how to make instant pudding the way without chemicals. Yeah. I can't make it without chemicals. That's my point. I don't know how to make instant pudding. I really don't. Adding some tap water to a package and mixing it up and poisoning myself, I don't know how to do that. I really don't know how to do that. You know, I'm going to beg off on that one because I really don't want to know how to do that. Someday I'll be able to do the show underwater. That'll be the best show ever. Yeah. I'm worrying right now about the safety of all the children that are out there, and the fact that many of you who don't have kids remotely care. I care. I don't have kids, but I remotely care. But it bothers me to believe that any of this could go on again and again and again without even any oversight by our government, other than a few hundred of them captured here and there. Now, when I remember they did To Catch a Predator with John Hanson, or Chris Hansen rather. John Hanson was the first president of America. Chris Hansen. They did that incredible To Catch a Thief or To Catch a Predator. Every time they brought people in, there were like 200 in every area that were trying to call up and contact perverted justice, trying to hook up with a 14-year-old kid. I mean, it was like overwhelming how many pedos were out there. Seriously. So we have to ask ourselves, why does the government only arrest a few of them per year? How come they don't go after more of them? Chris Hansen, right. And his show kind of stopped when he went into bankruptcy and couldn't pay his debt off for mugs that he bought. Here's his mug shot, ironically. He could have changed his looks and started a TV show or something, but I don't think he was smart enough to do that. I think he was charged with a couple crimes for not paying people that made mugs for his collection of mugs. He did some mug advertisements, and he was arrested for that. I don't know what happened to him. We're standing here with your record, your chat record. And is it true that you were talking to a minor last night on the chat show? Yeah, surely he'll find a new career. Oh no, that's Chris Hansen. Hey, Mo Lester cares about the children. Well, then you guys are in the right place because we're going to stop these pedos. Absolutely. We are. The question is how? Because our two-party system won't do it. And nobody at our Congress wants to answer your phone. And if we put out a petition asking them to go after these people with a grand jury, it would land on deaf ears. Welcome to the land of uselessness. People just don't believe in anything anymore. Well, I mean, you people are really pissed off about pedophiles. I can see that. And it arouses your political interest, no doubt about it. And I know a lot of people are watching this show right now wondering how we're going to stop these people. But if we don't take this seriously, we're never going to stop anything. And I mean, take a third party. Holy moly is the word, I know. All this stuff that we're now dealing with, it's almost ridiculous, you know? We are at the precipice of seeing the most corrupt country play out corruption right before our very eyes. While the cameras are rolling, the censors are censoring. While our country is continuing to seek new solutions, they are constantly condemned as conspiracy theorists, and anything we say is considered wacky. And the mindset of the American people are being condensed down to the simple concept of, do you support Trump or not? You know, that type of thing. So we have been completely anesthetized by propaganda claiming Trump is stopping the deep state, when in fact he's been completely controlled by the deep state. And that is the true conspiracy going on here. That Trump isn't going to have any accountability whatsoever. And if you believe he will, you're really a fool. You're one of those QAnon people that somehow think he's stopping Hillary. Trump hasn't charged Hillary with a crime at all, ever. Nor will he. They're close friends. Same with Jeff Zucker, the CEO of CNN. They're close friends. Yeah. No, I'm not buying anybody's island because I'm not a super wealthy guy. Yeah. And nor would I want it. No, things aren't going very well. That's why we have our show. That's why people are so upset, because the more they see, the more they feel helpless. And the more it kind of, the world descends upon them thinking there's no way out. And I'd like to open that up. Bring you happy thoughts. I'd like to build a wall with the border of Mexico that will prevent an onslaught of illegal aliens that will truly bankrupt our country's healthcare and education system, which is already reaching bankruptcy in many ways. Thank you, Dr. Mo. David, Warren Jeffs is in the news. Wow. I don't feel helpless if I have support, but we haven't had a single donation from an American since Uncle Lester. That was like, what, a month and a half ago? So don't tell me not to feel helpless when the American people can't even get money enough to donate to our party, and the rest of the country watches mainstream media. Warren Jeffs is in the news again. The renowned pedophile of the Church of Latter-day Saints, or whatever subset of cultic activity he was up to. Salt Lake City AP. Imprisoned polygamous leader Warren Jeffs has suffered a mental breakdown and isn't fit to give a deposition in a sex abuse case against him. I'm sorry, I'm out of memory. I am out of memory. I am hereby shutting down all websites related to memory problems. Okay, moving back to the main show. A really big shoe. Yeah, I'd like to build a 1,000-mile container fence for about $1 billion. That'd be great. But Trump can't even build one for $2.5 billion. So there you have it. Okay, we're back in the room. Thank you. I was knocked off the internet temporarily. Hold on. Whoa, I had 40 tabs open. Huh. 40 tabs. That's not supposed to happen. It's all these Epstein things. Yeah, I've got to go back to my main tabs, I think, and start storing them away. Now, Conspiracy Monday is really a good time for me to store these in my backlog of conspiracy flipboards. So I'm going to open this up. Okay, that's not a story I need. We have a new Puerto Rican governor, right? State Department confirmed alleged leader of white nationalist group is an employee. That's interesting, but it's a Yahoo story. It's not that important. One of Trump's employees is a white nationalist. Doesn't surprise me. Iran and Russia are staging joint war games in the Gulf in fears of clash with U.S. and UK navies. That's a pretty intense story, but I can't really use it in memory right now. I did feature this, and it's in memory. Okay, good. This is pretty funny. Beto O'Rourke commenting about the El Paso shooting. Look at the insincerity coming from this Democrat, corrupt Democrat.
I'm incredibly saddened, and it is very hard to think about this. But I'll tell you, El Paso is the strongest place in the world. This community is going to come together. I'm going back there right now to be with my family and to be with my hometown. And I want to thank the El Paso Police Department and the first responders. They're there right now, and we're going back to be with them. I'm incredibly saddened, and it is very hard to think about this. And it's very hard to think about this.
And it's very hard to think about this. And it's very hard to think about this.
And it's very hard to think about this.
Okay, somebody said, why would this guy lie or laugh? Why would he be laughing? And I say because he knows about the lie. He knows full well that this story is being promoted as gun control. And they're pushing stories like this left and right to promote gun control. He's been instrumental in breaking up the border issue too, into a problem. This guy said we should tear down the fence completely, the one we have already. This is what an anti-American he is. He's openly said he wanted to kill children in a book he wrote. I mean, and he's running for office. He married a woman with $12 billion in capital in her family. I mean, we've got problems here. These people are laughing while they're trying to take away our guns. And they're putting these puppets out there, shills of the Democratic Party, to control our vote. This is exactly why America is dealing with the problems of pedophilia and not handling them. Because people like this will never do anything to stop the corruption. Okay, Dr. Mo, more Epstein stuff. That's why I got clogged up. I had to clean my filters. Gosh, I got all this stuff on Trump I got to put away. All the Epstein death conspiracy theories in one handy place. Okay. I don't think we should really take things like that seriously if they call them conspiracy theories. There's so much evidence now that this guy really is truly...
What's up, everybody? I just want to...
Who's truly faked his death. But I'm not here to promote a story that's just ridiculous, like that it's Anthony Bourdain. But I am interested about the one that may be accusing him of being Hillary's brother. I mean, instead of himself. But we do know one thing that for sure, and that is it's definitely not Epstein that died. And like I said, you can look at the nose over and over again. You'll see it's not Epstein's nose. Clearly. There's no doubt about it. It's completely not. And it doesn't take anybody's vision impairment to really argue with this. You cannot say this is Jeffrey Epstein's nose. So the person that died is not Jeffrey Epstein. Period. You hope all who are involved will be exposed and get what they deserve. I hope that too. I do. But they won't. What else do you want to do? I fixed the binding on my book here. The nose, the distinctive hooked nose, is not something Epstein had. Here's a photograph of one of the Rothschilds, I believe, from 1937. The Honorable Countess, whatever. But you can see that this is the nose that knows. See that? It's a distinctive nose, and it's not Jeffrey Epstein's. That does look nicer. I worked on the binding. I'm a preservationist. I preserve documents like this. I have a massive library outside of my palatial estate. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my show. Discussing the Illuminati is what I do best. How can I answer your questions? That's not true. You're a liar. In fact, you're paid by Mark to come in here. Epstein is in Israel right now, working for Mossad. Really? Epstein and Trump had a fallout over real estate in Florida, not underage girls. Not true, Joe. Epstein actually visited Donald after the election. The story of Trump falling out with Epstein is coming out of Trump's mouth when he found out Epstein was in jail. He never said anything until Epstein went to jail. They are good friends, yeah. You know that as well as I do. And believe me, Jeffrey Epstein's probably at the White House right now, drinking. Or, of course, whatever they do down in the basement of the Trump Hotel or wherever they are. I wouldn't doubt Jeffrey Epstein's visiting President Trump right now at one of his golfing retreats. Is he in Mar-a-Lago? No, he went to the one in New Jersey, right? Yeah, they got an underground meeting area. People made guys get to meet, privately with the president. You know what I'm talking about? And the Secret Service is upstairs at $600 a pop, and Mr. Trump makes all the money. Pretty good deal, huh? I got dirty nails. I've been on the road. What are you worried about my nails now? I don't need to cook a show. I got Cooking Up Politics every night here. Hey, well, maybe some of you people think this wasn't like a mob deal that went down. Maybe you might want to find out more later. You know what I'm talking about? I don't believe the Pigfest is going on. It has already happened. The Pigfest was a place of extreme happiness. There was a euphoria over the Pigfest this past weekend. I walked among the people, and they were all filled with pig, which is full of vitamin B, making them all feel good. It's really a phenomenon to go to these pig fests. You don't run into any Muslim people or Jewish people, which I kind of miss, because I like good Jewish people that hang out with people that eat pork. You know what I'm talking about? You miss out on the Muslims, too, that, they don't wear the hijabs when they're walking around eating pork. You know what I'm talking about? But seriously, that's a mutable offense. But no, seriously, we have got a problem with the mob insofar as that Trump has close ties with the mob. And we know that Roy Cohn's best friend, who was, Roy Cohn was Donald Trump's mentor for years, the mob fixer, the lawyer who worked all the mob cases. I just can't believe America would just sit there and believe that Trump is somehow their golden child and golden boy when he's clearly been working for the mob all these years. And now we know Jeffrey Epstein's connection to Trump were very important. Why didn't Trump have him, Jeffrey Epstein, on a suicide watch, all throughout this process? If he really wanted to get to the bottom of the pedophiles in Washington, why did Donald Trump drop the ball on this whole thing and not even go after and prosecute some of these people connected to Jeffrey Epstein? How much do we really know of Epstein's connection to the Pizzagate story, or Claire Bronfman, the Seagram's heiress, who got only 18 months for holding child pornography on her website or on her computer, as well as handling sex trafficking within the network of the Nixibium cult of Keith Raniere? How come we don't have any specifics on that? How come our government's kind of like, oh yeah, whatever. And now we find out that Jeffrey Epstein's island, Orgy Island, was recently completely, they went in after all kinds of evidence at Jeffrey Epstein's island yesterday, 2 days after he dies. Hey, Tunbees, you make threats like that, we're going to take you out. And I don't mean out to dinner, you know what I'm talking about? This guy threatened my life and Sarah's life just now. I have to write that up as a death threat. Yeah. Imagine getting death threats in a show. You know what I'm talking about? David, do you think the Jewish people are in control of the world's finances? Actually, no, they're not Jewish. They're Ashkenazi. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't know that. Yeah, Jewish people are not greedy people. Most of them are very creative. The Jewish people I've known, and some of them are a little bit miserly, I'll say that. But they're not greedy like the Ashkenazis. The Ashkenazis are possibly posing as Jews. When Hitler and all the Nazis were taken in during the war, many of the Nazis were not incarcerated or sent to Nuremberg. Many of them, the Ashkenazis, converted to Jews and then blended in with the people that moved to America. And the irony of the thing is a lot of the Nazis got out of Germany pretending to be Jewish. Isn't that weird? But you can understand why they do that, right? Yeah. From their perspective, they got out easy. Or if they had more money, they got it through the rat lines. The rat lines. The Vatican rat lines brought them into Argentina. And people like our current Pope Francis, Pittoro, when he was cardinal, he used to oversee a lot of this and turn a blind eye to the Nazis moving into the Argentina. Yeah. I am speaking from good knowledge. Yeah, well, I'm not a Nazi, no. My parents were never Nazis. We left Germany, my family, in 1100 AD. We would never have become the kind of Germans that took out the Jews. It's really sad the way the Jewish people have their names slandered all this time. Well, it's not because I have a German accent. I studied German from a German. Yeah, my teacher of Germany was from Germany. Yeah, he spoke like this. He said that my accent was not correct. My German teacher told me that my accent was too much like a Nazi. Can you believe that? I'm not, though. And I never would be. I feel really bad that whole period of time happened. There it is. I have to open up my threat file. Hold, please. We went on a nice vacation and now we're back to death threats. Boy, something else. These people will not stop at anything. Larry, hold on, please. Here's Larry Sinclair talking about his homosexuality, his complete encounter with cocaine and oral sex with Barack Obama.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which, I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm sorry, but doubting a man's credibility because he committed an act of fraud doesn't in any way make him a liar. Now, I have a photograph of Barack Obama and Michelle or Michael LaVaughn Robinson, and I can prove to you facial recognition shows that that is the face of Michelle Obama. Now, if you can explain this video and all the fraud that was committed under Michelle and Barack to the American people, I'd like to hear your answer, slow mode. Because right now, you're just talking through your butthole. Now, back to the Jeffrey Epstein cover-up. After we went through the JFK cover-up and the 9/11 cover-up and the Oklahoma City bombing cover-up, I guess not in that order per se, and we've been through the recent cover-ups after cover-ups of people that have died, suicided, they say, when they looked like they were murdered, like Anthony Bourdain. Let's just go to this cover-up where the guy that died, claiming to be Jeffrey Epstein, has a hooked nose, and Jeffrey Epstein had a straight nose like mine. Actually, mine's a little straighter than his. We are logging your chat now as death threats. You are recording into the NSA files. your IP address will be exposed within the next 18 months, and you will be sought after. If you're using a VPN, that too is owned by the government. Your ass is ours. No. Jeffrey Epstein has contusions on his face, if that is his, but it's just some guy they beat up and gave a heart attack to. So if you can explain the contusions on his face that Meow TV was talking about, right there in his cheek, that's not him, by the way. That's somebody pretending to be him. So we have a government right now that has allowed the NYPD to suppress 600,000 emails from Anthony Weiner that implicate many pedophiles, including Hillary and Uma Abedin, Hillary Clinton and Uma Abedin. According to the recent report, the NYPD officers, 5 of them now, committed suicide unnaturally, meaning they probably were the good cops trying to expose this dark, evil, sinister plot at the highest level of our government. And then you have this general malaise across the country about, well, yeah, whatever, you know. But when you talk about children being killed and abducted and killed, this is not something people take lightly. So it's almost triggering something in their back of their vernal cortex and giving them random synapses of real thought, like, gee, maybe we ought to do something about this. How come the Democrats don't do anything? How come the Republicans do? Because they're both involved. They're both deeply involved in this pedophile ring, which stretches all the way to Mossad and to Jeffrey Epstein. And that's how they control our government. That's the mechanism they use to control our government. Yeah, wow. Now you know. It's like, whoa, it all comes clear now.
Of course.
Oh, was I screaming? I'm sorry. Why don't you take your head and shove it back up your ass? Thank you. No, the Nazis all got away. They moved to America and Argentina and Brazil. We know that now. You never say I'm the queen of Hollywood, Pictoro. I mean, I'm a king, okay? Calling me a queen is so derogatory, I can't tell you. I'm not gay, dude. Oh, no, I don't think you are a doctor, Dr. Mo. You're a guy in Kansas in a small farm, and your mother is saying, honey, you're not a transgender. I don't have any blood pressure problems. Well, you look for a pic of anything slow mode. You have been of no value since you entered the room 2.5 years ago. Your first arrival time was July 26th, 2016. Well, Dr. Mo, thank you, but you do live in Kansas, don't you? And don't tell me how I know that. Don't even ask me how I know that. Netflix has a show called The Family, in which they talk about how a group of Christians have taken over, but they don't draw the connection between the Masons. And that's a show that was created to divert your attention from the Masons, who also use Christianity and Christian leaders to do this. And they're connected to Zionism as well. You didn't get a ban, you got a mute, okay? Calling me the Queen of Hollywood is a very, very disturbing thing. I mean, if I were Brienne of Tarth, maybe. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't call me the Queen of Hollywood. I only made one movie in which I made a lot of money, and I've retired, and I'm living in a very quiet, tiny house with my dog, Butch. It's The Family. John Uncaged. Yes, it's called The Family because they don't draw attention to the Masonic group, which is really behind the Christian faith dominance. The Masons are the ones that are using Christianity as their spearhead. You see, to them, Jesus is power. You'd think if you were a Christian that Jesus was humility, the opposite of power, but for them it's power. Hey, stop talking about my body that way. You just got a mute, not a ban. I don't know. My dog could be a lesbian. We're not sure. I don't even have a dog. But the character I was playing would be a lesbian. I don't think Brianna Tarth is a lesbian. Don't get me wrong. We have a phone call. Is that Brianna Tarth? You know, I haven't seen that show, Game of Thorns. I hear it's like addictive when you get in there. I got to get up to get that phone. There's got to be something. I don't have a dog. No. I had a dog at one time.
Hello, Dave.
What? Who's that?
Somebody that said their name was Dave.
Yeah,
Here,
go
you
ahead.
want to take the...
I got it.
I can take the
Hello?
show. I thought I pressed 1.
No. Sarah's going to take over for a bit while I have another bout with food in the refrigerator. Thank you.
Oh, man. I had enough food from the refrigerator.
Okay. And I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And I was looking at my cap and gown.
Oh, it did look good?
Yeah. I didn't totally take it out of the plastic, but you couldn't see it. It's in the box.
I will. I'll look at it.
Yeah. So, you're just asking for me, Juan, and here I appear. Exactly. Very weird. What? Bleeding your minds? I could add some math and science to your life if you really wanted that. Sarah, are you happy to be home? You have no idea. I am so happy to be home. So happy. Today, it was a really good day. When I came home, some of my family members that live in a really hot area of the country, they know I'm graduating soon, and they're like, well, since you're home now, maybe we can come see you. And so they came up, and they're going to stay for my graduation. So that's very cool. So anyway, that I'm very excited that I have family visiting, and I'm happy that I'll be graduating soon, but I'm just so happy to be here in this particular spot, home. David and I went for a walk on the beach today, and we hadn't done that for like probably at least a year. And thanks Juan. And as we were walking on the beach, I'm like, this is so beautiful. This is just so beautiful. And I was saying, it's so nice to be next to the water without having to like swat myself. Mosquitoes. I wonder, you guys probably heard no, not really Ace Spade. He has good hair. Oh, hi, Misanthropy. So one of the things that you might have heard my story, I was like, oh, I'm going to go down. I'm going to go. Anyway, I was outside and back east, and I swatted myself. I was like, the buzzing mosquitoes were right near my ear, so I went to like swat it, and I went like that, and I was like, and my glasses flew off, and it was in the woods. Oh, it was awful. It was just so bad. I don't have a science degree, but I do like science. Yes, Misanthropy, I hope you had a good vacation. It's like you went on I went on vacation, you went on vacation. But, yeah. I wouldn't say smarter, no. No, I didn't see that, Alan Goldberg, and I'm not going to be clicking on your link. Sorry. But no, I don't really feel smarter. No, David's speaking to my relatives that are visiting. And, oh, anyway. But I do like, I teach, well, that's definitely not the case in America. You know, we are encouraging more women to take science. I teach all types of, I teach the 3: life science, physical science, earth science. Yeah, I would agree with that statement, Metanemesis. Nope, never do. David's very hetero. He's so hetero. Oh, I so disagree with you, Dr. You're calling yourself Alan Goldberg. I don't think you're smart enough to be with women. No. I have a cool ring. Very good ring. No, Victory for Cake. That does not happen. It's illegal in Washington State. Corporal punishment by teachers is illegal in Washington State, which I'm very happy about. So we went across country, and some things I've learned. There's more than enough land for all the people. Granted, some of that land might not have access to water, but actually there's a lot of land with a lot of access to water. People just don't want to live there because it's so hot and humid, and they've got mosquitoes. But if you're not allergic to mosquitoes, there's great lands out there, especially if you don't want to be too close to people. That's the thing, is some people want to be so close to people, they want to live in a city. But if you want to get away from the city, there's plenty of property out there. The states I would suggest are like South Dakota, that has like land and lots of land, seems to have plenty of water. Another one would be well, one that has lots of water is Wisconsin. And then also ironically on the East Coast, Maine has some is like that. Okay, I thought you were being rude, so I was rude back. You have a PhD, 2 master's, and 2 bachelor's degrees. What are your degrees in? Yes, that's true. There aren't a lot of jobs out in the middle of nowhere, but if you can grow your own food, that would be good. I like that maxed out credit. Degrees of separation. If people moved in, they'd probably kill off the mosquitoes. That's true. My sister told me about this Spartan mosquito thing you could use, but no need to beg. Anyway, but I don't know, there was a lot of mosquitoes. Well, they think men like that. That's why they dress like that. They're some confused about what they think men like. Zika outbreak and dengue fever in British Columbia area. Whoa, crazy. Yeah, true. You're right about the bees and the pigeons. There's not many out there. Dave, we were in one place and David's like, where are all the birds? There doesn't seem to be a lot of birds. Wow. Wait, I thought I just saw it. Well, I tried to, but it didn't, the link didn't open. Let me try again. It just says nothing. There's no picture of anything about the one you sent, True Blue. Yeah, and you think I'm rude? You're rude. I'm sure with his PhDs and master's degrees, he can figure out how to come back in the room. Hello. I was in some remote wilderness area of America. They suspect America is big. There's a lot of land. So many people just stick to the cities, and then they're tricked like, oh, it's so crowded. Really, just go out in the open areas. Yeah, exactly. But people should go out in the city. Go out. I say that, but I don't want to live around the heat and the mosquitoes. That's cute. That's pretty funny. Pretty funny, True Blue. Yeah, we're overpopulated. Have you been to South Dakota? Have you been to Wisconsin? Have you been to Maine? Yeah, PhDs and masters in underwater basket weaving does not count. We saw a documentary on why there was never an American pox infection to the Europeans when they got to North America. Did it have to do with cowpox? Yeah, I would agree with that. 90% of the population of Canada live in the most southern part. So if you're Canadian and you're concerned about overpopulation, just go north. I don't want to go north because of the cold in the winter and the hot in the summer. And that's why most people live in the areas that they live in, because they're comfortable. Misanthropy? No, I did not tweet to anybody. I guess he just knew I was home. I appreciate seeing you, Misanthropy. Oh, the natives had no domesticated animals, no large cities with polluted water and animals living among them. Oh, most of the deadly diseases came from domesticated animals. Yes, true, John Uncaged, unless you're in Maine. And actually Western Massachusetts is also underpopulated. And I don't think he did. Thanks for coming on and talking about Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is the guy who was in prison for basically child trafficking, and many people think that he trafficked to very powerful politicians. No, I don't. I've never watched that show. Well, no more than 5 minutes hot rails in my life. Well, that's a good point, maxed out credit. Oh yeah, you do have a degree in rocks. You know what's cool? I was talking to David when we were walking on the beach about how every single type of rock is found on our beaches. Because we have rocks that were pushed here from Canada. We have rocks, igneous rocks from the volcanoes. You can find sedimentary rocks, of course, from the rivers and then and the beaches. And then Metamorphic rocks. Yeah, lots of cool rocks. Your degrees are in sociology and information science. Ooh. That sounds like a really good... You're right. If there were diamonds on our beach, I think somebody already grabbed them off. You're right. No diamonds. No gems. But agates. Lots of agates. Oh yeah, in Cleveland they have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. America pox, the missing plague. Cool. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Probably gold, but you're right. You're right. Never mind. Not the rocks that you find deep in caves. There is, I'm sure there was some gold up here, but it's probably all been found. Don't drink the salty water, true. Yeah. I'm not a big, yeah, anyway. I don't know if I ever listened to music by Grant McDonald. I used to say no because I don't know singers' names usually. If you tell me what he sings or if I Google it, then I'll let you know if I ever listen to that. Oh, you found a way back in. I am having fun. I love being home. You might be right. John says there's gold around the volcanoes up here in this area. No hot rails. I've never done that. I don't hang out with people that use drugs. A baseball player? Is that who Grant McDonald is? A baseball player? Yes, John and Cage, we are. So you specialize in paleontology, nice. You have lava rocks from Hawaii, nice. Yes. Okay, so you want to tell me, hello, Lou. Oh, should I put it A? Songs. No, David never listens to him. Now that I see the name of your songs, New York EMT, no. Well, we went and spent a month with, no, we went across country. That took about a week. Then we spent a week with some family. Or rather, never mind. We spent a week in David's safe house. That took about a week. We had to clean up his safe house. We spent a week with some friends. We spent a week in Washington, D.C. And then we spent a week coming back home. That's what we did. No, a paleontologist studies like bones and history. David does not listen to any rap. Definitely not Grant McDonald. Oh, in the ape family, yes. I have heard that. Victory for cake. Yes, this trip was expensive. No, I haven't done any writing. I was thinking about that, how I haven't really done any writing, and now, like, I'm thinking I just want to just teach. They recently discovered a parrot fossil in Australia. It's a foot tall. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it was definitely expensive. But I'm glad to be back home because it was so expensive. Well, I did some work before on the vermiculture book, but I have to delve back into it. So you're right. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of in the horizon, but I haven't even done a lot of journaling lately. Not Alabama, but near there. Yeah, Calamari Worm Organization. Yeah. What, to get David elected? Still hippers? This site uses Google now? Oh no. You'll probably not want to use it. Well, David has been... We've been using coolrock.com to see the site and to chat on there. No, that's not true. And no, none of what you say is true, Dr. Goldberg. By December 2020, Chrome will no longer use Flash. It'll all be HTML5. Why do they still blame Russians for rigging the election, but sites like Google and Twitter are allowed to censor candidates? Good question. Actually, they're blaming Russia, but they're saying, oh, it's a new normal. Like, we can't control it. They'll continue to do it. Starts with an M and it's next to Alabama. Yeah, Misanthropy does always ask the right questions. I think you need to look at your geography. Oh wait, you're from Albania. And that's why you can't be a journalist, or at least not get paid for your journalism, because you ask the right questions. They don't want you digging that deep. Yeah, no news on Chinese hacking. It's all been ignored. Good point, Meta-Nemesis. I agree like that. I agree with that. Keep going, Victory for Cake. Yes, it's very suspicious that Epstein is dead. I don't think that he took his own life. I think there was a lot, not just something, there was a lot of information that very powerful people did not want to come to light. You miss chocolate cake and ice cream. Is this it, the tweet thing? Is that what you guys are looking at for Epstein? I didn't really look at any pictures of him. Was Epstein ever really in prison? That's a good question. I don't know. Yes, victory for cake. Yes. Nope, John Uncaged.
Justification. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good. So you see, it's not even him. It's not even him that died. There's no way that's the same nose. Completely different person.
Okay.
You can see it. It's plain as day.
Yeah, when he went back to prison, it seems suspicious to begin with.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Might not have even
Misanthropy wonders if he was ever even in prison.
That's a good question. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Oh, Misanthropy's back. Wow. He came back from his vacation. Okay. Him going back to prison does seem very suspicious, yeah. The fact that they were even able to press charges against him. No, the nose doesn't deform like that when laying back with blood pressure issues. Or there's no way that that deformation of his nose would happen. No. Yeah, we're wondering about why Misanthropy came back in the show. Maybe it was his devout love for Sarah that brought him back. Just reading the chat here. You can give insight into human evolution? Oh, really? Victory for cat? You also inseminate elephants too. Dr. Goldberg, I'm so sorry we had to lose you tonight in the show. He made a very distasteful statement. Yeah, so many of you are losing track of what really matters, apparently. The truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Is this the new normal to accept people just lying straight up about Jeffrey Epstein? Jeff. Yes, go ahead. What's the question, Jeff? Oh. Well, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. We already have a thing on our platform about the fence, Jeffers. When you go to our platform, yeah, we have. I'll show you how. You know, it is effective. For $1,000, Jeffers, we can, for 1,000 mile container fence, for $1 billion, we can create a container fence here. Oh, it will. Each container will be loaded with propane cylinders, and you can't break through those without blowing them up. They incinerate everything that goes through them. Huh? I'm going to try. I got mobile medical units for that, Jeffrey. I'm not. I'm just trying to duplicate what your voice sounds like in my eyes. Because I like to well, because I feel like it. Wow. We have a whole situation. Huh. Okay, so yeah, so clearly it's not Jeffrey Epstein. So where do we go from here? Ameripox, the missing plague. Huh. Well, okay then. Meg Myers running up that hill. This music video was hand colored by 2130 children. YouTube. Oh, really? Okay. And am I supposed to believe you? Hang on. Whenever we get a lot of links at one time, it's usually because the government's covering something up. No, I don't. The nose cartilage would never droop like that. Not.
Oh, you guys should be burning fire. That's what should happen. Should be burning fire for that disgust.
Wow. I'm sorry. Probably a loud noise. Huh. Yeah, I can't possibly conclude that that was Jeffrey Epstein with his nose melting down. How could you possibly believe that? Hey, let's be clear. I think we just look at that the whole night, but we could go to a couple other stories and talk about that instead. Yeah. We've got stories up the yin yang. Epstein could have paid someone to help him kill himself in prison, says Gotti confidant. Okay, says a Gotti confidant who frequented the corrupt New York jail. So the jail is corrupt. That means we should have a complete grand jury investigation into this whole thing. This guy, who's a doctor, has openly talked about how improper procedure was conducted at the jail. Why was he taken off of a suicide watch? That's completely unnecessary to a person who's threatened to commit suicide. Siegel pointed out several unusual lapses in procedure the night of the death of Jeffrey Epstein. Hello? Hello? Okay. So we have a picture of Dr. Siegel. Let's listen in.
What are conditions like in that Manhattan Correctional Center where he died? Fox medical contributor Mark Siegel has answers to both those questions and more. Let's just start with this autopsy, Doctor. Is it unusual for the autopsy to be delayed, the results of it to be delayed as they have been?
Yes, it is unusual, and it makes me wonder. Now, the medical examiner has reportedly said that the cause of death, as Trace just said, is hanging. But they still have to determine exactly how that occurred and whether he actually hung himself. That would be one thing on my mind. The other thing is Suicide is very, very common in prisons. It's actually the #1 cause of death in prisons. 1 out of 3 deaths in prisons are suicide. But this particular facility has only had 1 suicide over the past 40 years. Now, I've been there. The Metropolitan Correctional Center is full of squalor. It's full of vermin. It's a disgusting place. It is not a pretty place at all. But the other question that's come up is, where were the cameras? He was moved to special housing. Where was the observation? Why wasn't he being observed? I can tell you that someone that's supposedly been on suicide watch, me as a physician, no psychiatrist would take a person off of suicide watch in this kind of condition, this sex offender, would take him off of suicide watch and then just, he's fine, he says he's fine. That's not how a psychiatrist would act.
No, basically, after 6 days on suicide watch, his suicidal tendencies cleared up. That's the official position. That's ridiculous from a medical point of view.
I have never seen that in all my years of practice. It doesn't happen. Suicide is something that comes on over a long period of time. Severe depression, clearly had a shock here. It would not go away. No self-respecting psychiatrist would ever say, okay, he's no longer suicidal. It lingers.
Now, let's go to that other statistic you said, that 1/3 of all prison deaths in the United States are suicide. So if you're a judge and you don't want to give a guy bail and you want to send him to a jail where he's not going to commit suicide or not going to be able to commit suicide, this place, this Manhattan Correctional Center, has statistically about the best record in the country.
Which makes me wonder, because, listen, Mark, you shouldn't have the kind of bed sheets that you can hang yourself with. You can have paper bed sheets. You shouldn't have anywhere that you can hang yourself from. Where are you hanging yourself from? The ceiling should be too high for that. You shouldn't have the ability to do it on the side, on a bed, on a doorknob, anything like that. And again, we have the ability in these days to have the kind of technology to be observing. If he were in a psych ward, now we don't have maximum security in a psych ward. If he were in a psych ward, the protocol says every 15 minutes, every single patient in a psych ward has to be seen and examined. If it's a suicide watch, it's constant. So it's clearly very, very unusual that he would be taken off of suicide watch, put in a room where he's unobserved and no cameras are pointing at him.
You know prisons well, and you know that sex offenders get treated the worst in prison. They don't have a happy time in there.
And I also pointed out to you about the suicides. I should add that the number of suicides is highest among sex offenders and also homicides, highest among sex offenders. They get targeted, they get beaten up, they get murdered, and they take their own lives.
How can it be that you have a high-value prisoner like this, one of the most high-profile prisoners on the planet, and he, according to you, doesn't get the surveillance that an ordinary patient in a psychiatric hospital would get? How does that happen?
I can't imagine that, because he could have been transferred to a psychiatric hospital or to a lockdown ward in a regular hospital. I think that's why the Attorney General is saying there are irregularities here. This is almost unbelievable that this occurred. Medically, it's inexcusable.
Well, we've explored it from the medical perspective. Thank you, Doctor. We'll explore it from the law enforcement perspective now with Jim Fitzgerald, what are conditions like?
This was announced, a great interview. There are irregularities, absolutely, and none of these irregularities were answered to. Why would Donald Trump want to not put a standing order by the president to make sure that we found out all the pedophiles that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in? Because Donald Trump was one of them. Yeah. Remember the Justice for Katie site where a woman claimed she was raped at 13 by our president? She was going to go in front of the press the day her lawyer called this press conference. She called and said, my life is threatened. The next day she dropped her charges. Remember when Stormy Daniels' life was threatened by a guy who walked up and said, hey, you better drop this Trump thing. Oh, what a pretty little daughter. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to a daughter, yeah? That same thing happened in the previous case as well. People are threatening people that want to call out Trump as a pedo. Anybody accusing Trump of anything is pulled out and said, no, you can't do that. Trump, we know, had adulterous relationships with Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. But nobody's ever said anything. Karen McDougal is a very beautiful woman. She's publishing a book. her relationship was a 8-month relationship with the president, and he's never admitted to adultery. I mean, this is ridiculous. A known playmate of high stature openly said that she was very flattered by the president's interest in her, and when they had relationships, sexual relationships, she knew Trump was married. Yeah. She still was willing to do it. So there's something to be said about that, but what really shocked her and upset her was he wanted to offer her money for the sex that they did have initially. And that kind of, she said, no way. And then he still went after her for 8 months. Here's Anderson Pooper.
Only the Ford F-150.
Oh, no.
Best in class payload.
No.
You got it, baby.
No.
Best in class towing.
No.
This is the big dog. This is the Ford F-150. It doesn't.
You can't play anything anymore without running out of memory, and this is ridiculous. Wow. I can't even get Karen McDougal to come up. Man. Okay, let's not even go there. We have all the Epstein death conspiracies in one place. Let's look at that story. Now, I think this is completely part of the cover-up. They run these stories to make it seem like everybody's like coming up with conspiracy theories to trivialize the conspiracy theories.
Jeffrey Epstein.
So let's take a look at this story. All the conspiracy theories, that's the sad and untimely death of billionaire pedophile and friend of the rich has sparked a flurry of speculation online. Oh yeah, the royal family did it because of accusations about Prince Andrew. Okay. He was alive and now is dead, and facing with spending of the rest of his life in prison, out into the world as a vile pedophile, took his own life now. Trump did it. Trump and the Clintons did it. Epstein was a CIA informer, a Mossad agent. Yeah, that's a conspiracy. Okay. He had a history of leaving one-star ratings on IMDb for beloved movies. One-star ratings, he had a history of... I mean, see, they're trivializing it. Okay, this is a bogus story designed to trivialize all the conspiracy theories, and not one of them says that he's still alive. So if you want to read a bogus site, no doubt created by a government entity,
A lot of folks are taking...
then feel free to check that out. Here's the link to it. It's hilarious. It's trying to divert you into thinking everything's a conspiracy joke. Yeah. It is lagging? How lagging is it? You need to tell it to get off the internet. You're lagging. It's not on my end, man. It's Vaughn. They shut the lagging down. You got to go to our show at Cool Rock. You won't see the lagging there. It'll be all perfect for you. Yeah, you just have to unload your Fox or get your Flash to work. That's all you got to do. He's still alive. He's still probably with about 2 or 3 14-year-old girls right now, one of which he may kill for the fun of it. Okay, can we have a cowbell break? Okay, let's take a look. Meanwhile, nothing gets done. And in honor of the cowbell, let's reminisce on what humanity is doing to the rest of our future. And look at our leaders and how they're angling closer and closer to this future. One moment, please. Cowbell will be in just a second. Please reminisce and think about all the things that you've done or haven't done to help provide a better world for tomorrow before these final moments with cowbell in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, cowbell. Okay, some poor guy just realized he couldn't get into cowbell. He couldn't even see the show over there at Vaughn. And Mark is censoring us big time for cash. We know that for a fact. You're gay? Well, you're welcome to come in here if you're gay, Alan. Yeah, we don't have anything against deviants who come in here. It's not my place to judge you. God will judge you. No, you're all wrong, Alan. You're spinning falsities here. You can't stay in here. David, read the section that says known for. Michael Baden. Known for. Okay, known for. Why don't you just link me there? Is this a trick question to send me off looking for the word known for them? Known for? He was known as a death correspondent. He is a forensic science contributor at Fox News Channel, was frequent guest on Fox News Red Eye with Greg Gutfeld, where he was known as a death correspondent. 80 professional articles about forensic medicine, right. And why are we worried about Michael Baden right now, exactly? He's a Jewish American physician and board certified forensic pathologist. Is he the guy making the assessments on Jeffrey Epstein? Because they just found a stoolie to talk about it. Oh, the big cover-up? Oh, it's about Jeffrey Epstein. He's still alive. Yeah. Yeah, we have emphatic picture evidence to conclude that Jeffrey Epstein is not, in fact, dead. The person that claimed to have died has a nose that is not the same nose as Jeffrey Epstein's. The nose knows. So I'm just giving you the heads up here. Let me show you up close and personal for the 14th time tonight. You can see the nose is completely different. The decedent is on the top and Jeffrey Epstein's nose is on the bottom next to me here. This is Jeffrey Epstein's nose. This is the decedent. Clearly it's not him. So they are lying and they're trying to cover up all the people that he knew so he wouldn't have to testify against them. And the ears are more evidence, but why even go there? The nose is obvious. Somebody says that the settling of the body during rigor mortis causes the nose to look like that. That's bull crap. They are talking about it on TV, but it's not going to go anywhere. Tucker Carlson's going to say, okay, well, I guess we'll never get to the bottom of this. Thanks anyway. Back to the shill news, because he's a complete corporate puppet. Thank you. Oh, he's chairman of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, forensic pathology panel that investigated the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Oh, thank you. Do I care? Why don't you just say he was on the Warren Report's false stories about JFK's assassination? That's simpler. Yeah, he has Jewish family member, but I'm not here to talk about Jewish people here. We're talking about Ashkenazis. Big difference. Well, Max, the eye sockets can swell, but you would know you were dead for 18 minutes, right? What do I think happened to him? I'm sure he's secretly away in some faraway place, maybe underground in Denver, where they're having him lay low. He's probably got a couple 14 or 15-year-old children he's going to molest tonight, and one of them might die, and we'll never know. No one's looking deep enough to find any truth out in our country. We've been lied to incessantly by our government, and we sit here and go, huh? When talking about a third party, like, huh, why? Misanthropy was convinced that everyone's so stupid we'll never share enough people the truth to wake them up. And he's still back, somehow. He's convinced we're all too stupid to come up with any answers or share awareness among ourselves about this. I guess we're all proving him right by acting like cowbell people. Okay, you have contacts at the morgue, so they say that there's some eye socket swelling. Well, that's understandable. I'm not disputing his eyes. We're talking about his nose and his ears. We're not worried about his eyes per se right now. Well, this certainly took our mind off of the Russian involvement, didn't it? I have a timeline here of Russia's unprecedented interference in the 2016 election. And being Jeffrey Epstein's part of the Mossad and the backbone of the Zionist Russian oligarchs, it's very relevant that he would get off on this. That he would be able to, escape death and put somebody else in his place. I told everybody he was going to be dead soon. But he's not dead. He's alive. He got out of there. They shuttled him out of the prison and he's on his way to a safe place. I know you agreed when I said it. We both are in agreement. We're both predictors. Thank you. A lot of people could see the handwriting on the wall on this one. They're comparing his wrong year. I think you're right. The image was flipped. I think you're right on that. Bob got kicked out for being a bastard in our show. Yeah, Bob's frequently got a mouth on him, that one guest. He's a hardcore Republican Trump tard. I know people that when you talk about Trump and you say that we think he's lying, they start crying. You don't say that about the president. I can't believe you're talking like that about the president. I mean, seriously. They're so hook, line, and sinker that Trump can do no wrong, not knowing that Trump has already committed adultery many times and never admitted it to his wife, who he calls it. And believe me, Melania, I feel that you've been victimized. Free Melania. I support that movement. Yeah, Trump was chosen as the henchman so they can control him while they control our government from within. It doesn't take a genius to realize our country's owned by very powerful people, and your vote has nothing to do with anything. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to realize that. I mean, hello? Is there anybody out there? I'm just saying, we got Trump tards and libtards here, dude. We're trying to convince you people to leave your party. Trump tards and libtards unite here. And America's a third party. The center of American politics. No, I felt that you had sex with Karen McDougal, and I understand Stormy Daniels has a dress that you spewed on. I think you've gone overboard, Donald. They've got a lot of stuff on you. Recently, Robert Mueller said that the Russians blackmailed you over the sex tape. That's a fact, Donald. It's not a Russian hoax. It's a fact. You need to come clean with your supporters and tell them that you're a liar and that this whole Russian thing really did happen. Otherwise, our country is going to be surrounded by a bunch of traitors thinking they're going to control elections and even stack the Supreme Court against a woman's right to choose, which, believe me, is coming. Well, yeah, of course Karen McDougal was a very attractive item for Donald Trump. But that story, I'm still waiting for it to hit the press. Where is it? I heard she was writing a book about it. But nothing. Nada, nothing. Nazi. There they are. They make a nice couple. I think if he'd chosen her as his wife, a playmate, it would have been no more controversial than choosing a woman that posed butt naked in erotic magazines like Melania did. I mean, I think he kind of blew it. McDougal would have been a better, as good as of a first lady. I hope I'm not pissing Melania off too much right now. But the fact is, she's being abused by her husband for not even admitting that he committed adultery. Now, what kind of a Christian goes through life without repenting for their misdeeds and having a sex with a harlot or a playmate or something? Look at Jimmy Swaggart. He apologized for having sex with children, and everyone sent more money to him. So I think Mr. Donald Trump should really come clean for the Christian community about his adultery, don't you think? Hi there, Dr. Stephen Falcon. Welcome. Welcome, Doctor. How are you? Well, the history of a Jimmy Swaggart is a well-known You can read all about it. Would you like me to link you? 1998 showed Jimmy Swaggart's fallen televangelist rebounding ministry, preaching from his 200-acre complex in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He went through a whole period of admitting he had done terrible acts and deeds, and then everyone accepted his repentance. Trump won't even repent. And he wants to win the hearts and souls of every Christian in America? I tell you, I cannot believe an unrepentant leader like Donald Trump wants to get the support of the Christian community. Now, I don't know. I'm not tracking Jimmy Swaggart. I just thought I'd throw that out there. Elizabeth Warren lied about her entire life. She lied about being Cherokee Indian. She got free money to go to college when I couldn't get a single dollar. And you want her to be president? What the hell's wrong with you, Elder Toguro? Are you a libtard? We've got a hot libtard on the line here. Well, there is a late lookout for a late entry, well-funded, not yet declared candidate. It's me. Yeah. Except I don't have any funding. I have people talking about me. Bloomberg doesn't stand a chance. Everyone knows he's a rich pig. Don't you get it? Bob? God. You just don't get it, do you? We want an average American as president, not some guy groomed by the elites, the Illuminati like Beto O'Rourke, who married into $12 billion in money. That's my idea. Keep America great. I came up with that concept. You're out of here. Jeez. Bernie is a moocher. I agree. Bernie Sanders is known for stealing ham sandwiches out of people's refrigerators, and he's Jewish. You'd wonder, how can anyone do this? How can a good Jew steal ham sandwiches? I'm asking you. Well, he got some of the better cuts of roast beef, too. We don't get hardly any donations because most of the people in America don't know about us. Only you trolls who get paid to come in here and attack us. I'll play B2 right now. Here's Beto O'Rourke falsely claiming he cares about the poor people of El Paso.
It's very hard to think about this.
It's very hard to think about this. It's very hard to think about this.
It's very hard to think about this.
I'm incredibly saddened, and it is very hard to think about this.
It's hilarious. He had a hard time composing himself. He knows the whole thing about El Paso's a lie. We've vetted these whole stories, and we found out that there were no people who died there. It was just a complete made-up story. It was a crisis event that went public. Same with Dayton, Ohio. And when you look at all these cases, there's no blood evidence. There's no solid proof that anybody dies in any of these cases. So he was laughing because he knows it's all a lie, but he still supports the gun control thing. I know you've been trolling me for a long time. We have a record of all your chats here with your IP, but I don't track your IP. The NSA does. I know. Any business niche you come up with has a mafia-dominating family in the United States. Well, what about the organic food business? Matt, I don't know who you are. And I can't verify that you're really, Matt Farnes. So I'm afraid you can't come in here. Oh, come on. We've had the same talk before. What's the link to coolrock.com? Come on, dude. Are you playing with me? Thank you. We're not going to be allowing you in the show because we can't verify your name. If you want to contact me, call me or write me at americasthirdparty@gmail.com. Thank you. People calling or not calling, that's the question. Yeah, anybody who wants to officially reach me, go to americasthirdparty@gmail.com. I'll be glad to respond. I'll have my attorney serve you. Yeah, it's been going on for a long time. There's been, for about 15 years now, or 14 years now, the crime stats have remained the same. The number of shootings are happening every year at almost the same rate. I find that odd, to say the least, you know. But there are other things I find odd besides that. The fact that there's no solid blood evidence, that's a serious issue. The fact that some states have tried to make it illegal for you to access police records. Connecticut, for one, made it illegal to access any homicide records from their files of any juveniles prior to the Sandy Hook event. It's kind of a suspicious thing to do, don't you think? In my area, the same thing happened when a swatting occurred at my house. The representative at the time I was running against actually turned out he was a sheriff. I found that out later. And when he was a representative in our state, he tried to have all police records purged from public view. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I found that very interesting. Here's a shooting stat that'll blow you away. No pun intended. Mass shooting incidents per year are actually declining. Look at that. I'm not making this up. Ever since they started these false flag events with very little proof or evidence of things happening, they basically let them roll out like a musical chart playing a sound. We're supposed to believe these are real events without any proof. So that makes us all frightened and wanting gun control, and that's their primary goal, is to get rid of our guns, disarm us. So who's to say that these people who are working for the Democrats or the Republicans aren't working for Russia? Russia would like to disarm us after they took over our entire election process, don't you think? Are you that stupid, you Americans? Have no idea what's going on? You just want to sit there and go, yeah, you're right. Well, possibility for sure. Well, thank you. You're not stupid after all. Appreciate that. No, nor people don't die in Chicago daily. No, that's not true. On average, only a couple people shoot each other, mostly black violence against black violence, in Chicago every day. The final moments with Jeffrey Epstein. Whoa.
Hi, Jeffrey. Oh. Hey, Jeffrey. What's going on, buddy?
What are you guys doing here?
Hey, Jeffrey, we just want to talk to you for a minute, okay?
What do you want to talk to me about?
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm totally fine.
You look miserable.
I'm not miserable at all. I'm fine.
Oh my gosh. You look horrible, Jeffrey. You look horrible.
What are you talking about? I'm fine. I've been eating better and I'm working out.
Jeffrey, pull it together, buddy.
Pull it together? I'm totally fine. I've been taking classes. I've been seeking counseling.
Jeffrey, it's not worth it, okay?
What are you talking about? It's not worth it. I'm trying to change my life in here.
Oh, Jeffrey, please. Please don't do this.
What are you talking about? I'm going to a counselor. I'm getting the help that I need.
Jeffrey, come on, buddy. You got so much to live for.
I know I do. That's why I'm going to a counselor to change my life.
Jeffrey, come on, snap out of it.
Snap out of what? I'm just sitting here.
Jeffrey, please don't do this. Think about how many people are going to miss you.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here serving my time.
Come on, Jeffrey, pull it together, buddy.
I'm totally fine. I don't know how else to explain this to you.
Hey, buddy, you want to go on an airplane ride?
No, I'm totally fine here in my cell. Thanks.
Jeffrey, take this pill. It'll make you feel better, okay?
You know what? I haven't eaten yet, so I don't really like taking pills on an empty stomach.
Yeah, Jeffrey, just swallow this pill. It'll help you relax a little bit. No, you know what? I'm actually really relaxed right now. Thanks.
Yeah, Jeffrey, swallow this pill. It'll help you relax. I just took one myself.
No thanks. You know, I'm just really not into pills.
Oh, Jeffrey, I can't believe this is happening.
Nothing is happening. I'm just sitting here. Come on, buddy. Pull it together. Pull what together? I'm literally just sitting here on my bed.
Come on, Jeffrey. You gotta be strong.
I am strong. I'm doing fine.
You want us to write the note for you?
Note? I don't need a note.
Well, if it's his last request, it's our duty to write the note for him.
I don't have any last requests. I'm just sitting here on my bed.
Well, since I'm here, I guess I can legalize the note.
Nobody needs to legalize anything.
Jeffrey, I promise you, we will write you the best goodbye letter ever.
Goodbye letter? What are you talking about? What's going on here?
Yeah, we'll write a wonderful letter for you, buddy.
I don't need anybody writing me a letter, okay? We're not gonna let you down, buddy. You don't need to worry about it. I'm fine.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, no. I am not gone. I am right here, eyes wide open, and I am breathing.
Oh, he took his last breath.
That's not true. I'm breathing just fine.
Rest in peace, Jeffrey.
Okay, I need to make a phone call.
Oh, look at him. He is so peaceful.
Can somebody get my lawyer?
Goodbye, buddy.
Guard!
Until we meet again.
Can anybody hear me? Help! Man down.
Very funny, thank you. How I used to get rid of dandruff, old school 1960s, doing it the hard way, getting rid of dandruff. Easier 3-minute way for men. The new Fitch shampoo. Men, get rid of embarrassing dandruff easy as 1, 2, 3 with Fitch. In just 3 minutes, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing. Every trace of dandruff, grime, gummy old hair, tonic goes right down the drain. Your hair looks handsomer, healthier. Your scalp tingles, feels so refreshed. All right, thank you. And thanks for the tip about Fitch. All right, I gotta get rid of some links here. Here they are, photos of him being wheeled down into downtown hospital. There he is. This is when they claimed he hurt himself, but there were no signs that he hurt himself. That was just to make us think he would commit suicide. Oh, excuse me, this is at the end when paramedics frantically tried to revive convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. I can't see his face there. Not gonna do it. Wait a second. They said he died at 9 o'clock, but a call was placed to first responders around 6:30 a.m. Okay, photos of Jeff Epstein taken around 7:30 a.m. show the convicted pedophile still wearing his orange prison jumpsuit as he's wheeled on a gurney into New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan Hospital. I mean, it's all over the place. He died at 6:30 a.m., wheeled out at 7:30 a.m., but allegedly died at 9 a.m.? What the hell is it? Well, that's why we need a grand jury investigation ASAP. And I'm not going to do anything until we get it. So I'm going to sit here and do nothing until we get a grand jury investigation. Of course, I was going to sit here and do nothing anyway, so it's really no big loss. Well, talking to you isn't nothing, actually. It's something. Yeah, of him dying, there's now statutes of limitations on claims of abuse. Well, Ghislaine Maxwell could be charged with the same crimes. Hello. We could drag her into court. Would she commit suicide too? Your husband is a retired sergeant in law enforcement and knows about things that have woken you up big time? Guess 3, 4, or 5, you are right on. Thank you for coming in with your input. You know, people have anonymous abilities to talk about some of the things that happen in their personal life, and you do. Thank you for sharing. We know there's a lot of corruption, but we also know there's a lot of good cops out there. So to throw a paintbrush at and claim that every cop is corrupt is wrong. They're not all corrupt. We've seen some pretty bad things, though, recently. With 5 NYPD men in blue suicided. If I were a cop, I'd probably be worried about being suicided myself. Yeah, because I'm an honest guy. I wouldn't want bad things like that happening right before me. A suppression of evidence. If they had goods on Anthony Weiner in those 600,000 emails, you can imagine what that would reveal. But it's like the government doesn't want to find out the truth about all these pedophiles in Washington. It really does seem that way, doesn't it? My video, that was me when I got swatted. I don't play it because I don't really want to draw attention to it. It was not my fault that they swatted me, and they never published a police report on it, which makes me wonder why they're hiding that. You heard the report that came out only contains information that makes her sound good? I'm not sure who that is. Ghislaine Maxwell, really? They never followed up. No, they claimed it was an open. They claimed it was an open case. So, being it's an open case, it doesn't have any statutes of limitations on it. So I can sue them at any time I feel like it. PTSD is such a huge issue. Yeah, but not a lot of people are dying from PTSD. People are being killed and blamed for having PTSD. That's a cover story that they've created about those 5 New York PD cops. If you buy the cover story, you must be a total idiot. 5 PTSD cops didn't just kill themselves. They were the ones that knew about 600,000 emails Anthony Weiner had. The trafficking in Washington, D.C. would make Pizzagate look like summer camp. I would not doubt that. But I'm more than convinced that since Pizzagate came out in D.C., with Comet Pizza being in Washington, D.C., they're inextricably connected to all these cases. There seems to be a pipeline of child trafficking going on throughout the country, where kids are abducted from their homes from poor white families specifically, because apparently blonde kids are more in demand than non-blonde kids. That's how sick the pedo world is. So certain enclaves of blonde children, like in Virginia Beach, are high numbers of abductees. And the parents are finding no solutions from the cops at all. They just give them the runaround. Oh, there's a lot of people running away from their families. No, my kid was like 8 years old. Oh yeah, we've heard about this before. That's the runaround parents get when they lose their child. And people like Nancy Schaefer, a former senator of Georgia, uncovered these things. And then she was found dead with her husband next to her, and the police briefly or abruptly called it a murder-suicide. There's nothing that looks like a murder-suicide in the entire shooting. Her husband shot her in the back and then himself in the stomach. No, she was uncovering a connection between CPS, or what the equivalent in Georgia, the agency, and the pedophile networks that were trafficking in children. She made the connection and she was terminated. And recently a couple of state legislators, one from Atlanta, another from Oklahoma, were researching this connection with Hillary Clinton and human trafficking, and they both found dead about 3 weeks ago. The real question, folks, is how many people are going to be found dead before you start realizing we need to do third party to take this question on and to find out the answers? That's really the question I have. How many people are going to have to be covered up, deaths be covered up, before you realize how corrupt your government really is? I heard he landed in the water, though. It kind of ruined the whole thing, Pig Will Glow. A guy made it across the English Channel on a jetpack, reaching speeds of 100 miles per hour, but then he landed in the water. Yeah. People can't use jetpacks comfortably. I saw a guy with a jetpack in 1965 at Disneyland. I mean, this is no new thing. I mean, I don't know why you act like jetpacks are so cool, dude. It's been going on for years. I don't really need a safe house as long as I'm safe. Your husband's been stabbed, which caused nerve damage, broken bones, myself and daughter threatened, bullet holes in his car that missed him and the criminal. Nailed for attempted murder on an officer. He was convicted last November. Oh my gosh. Guess 3, 4, 5, you're going through hell. I'm so sorry. That's a pretty horrible thing that's happening to you and your family. Wow. Yeah, you have no idea. I guess 345 has got a personal story, everybody. Her whole life has been upside down with her husband being threatened by cops, daughter threatened, bullet holes in his car. Wow. Wow. You know, there was a case of a guy in Fresno that called out the Fresno police saying that they were purposely going after high-income people with traffic tickets, and he knew how they did it. Well, this happened about 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, and he videotaped his house and the surrounding area and everything, and the cops would continue to harass him. Oh, not threatened by cops. Your husband was one. Oh, retired now. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, I stand corrected. You weren't threatened by cops. Your husband's been threatened because he was a cop. I see what you're saying. Wow, that's scary. Time to move away. Anyway, the guy in Fresno was complaining about cops, and he ended up dying. And he even had photographs of the guy outside his house that set fire to his house and stabbed him, and no one pursued the case at all. He published them on the internet, and they're still out there. Photographs of the guy standing outside his house before he was burned to death, or stabbed and then burned to death. That's not funny. You shouldn't laugh inappropriately. We got a guy named Charles Manson who says he's going to get me. Oh gosh, I'm so scared. Oh yeah. Have you ever seen the back end of a gun? Of course you haven't. You never will. Exactly. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Jeffrey Epstein deep dive, the Mossad fraud and his creepy temple. 153 News has it. We'll be featuring that tonight. I can't play it in full because of obvious banning by YouTube. They want to suppress any information they can about this. But this looks good. Deep dive.
Welcome back to the Truth Factory. Let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein, but from an angle that the mainstream media won't cover. First, we need to start this story with Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's ex-lover who plays no small role in the story. Ghislaine was a favorite daughter of Robert Maxwell, a politician and media proprietor who was suspected of being a triple agent as he had known links to the British Secret Service, the KGB, and especially the Israeli intelligence service, the Mossad.
Well, I think I've seen enough right there. That looks like a good one. Thank you, Scissor Fight. We'll be playing that tonight. Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein's connections with the Mossad are very well noted. Harvey Weinstein, the guy who's allegedly raped 50 women and is now never facing any jail time. He has connections to the Mossad. He hired a company called Black Cube to do all kinds of background checks on the women that he allegedly had sex with, to keep them from talking. Black Cube is a Mossad detective agency working in the U.S. in Hollywood. It's amazing, all these connections, isn't it? And Misanthropy said it's very difficult to find side views of Epstein's head now. They're being scrubbed off the internet. Well, we have one right here. You want to take a picture of the screen? Okay, go for it. Be my guest. So that looks like a good one. Jeffrey Epstein deep dive, and then we get the Jeffrey Epstein suicide conspiracy explained in under 2 minutes. We'll play that again for you tonight. I did put it in our earlier show. I don't know if it'll get the final cut when we do our final upload. Yeah, it's difficult because YouTube is censoring anything related to Pizzagate, as you know. So YouTube is trying to stop any information sharing about the alleged pedophiles in Washington and anybody covering up the case of Jeffrey Epstein's death. It's almost overwhelming to see all this corruption going on right before our very eyes, but hey, you're in America now. That's the way America is, and it has been. It's the new normal. We're supposed to sit back and accept the fact that Russian involvement in our election is okay by our leaders, because the Democrats have been getting money too from the Russians. You'd think all of this would start a revolution, but unfortunately, they've got another little side thing going on. They're spraying us with lithium, which makes you complacent. And they also put fluoride in our water system, which makes us really like lethargic. Yeah. So the more they spray us, the less we want to do anything. That's why you're so apathetic, in case you didn't know. Don't blame yourself, believe me. It's perfectly normal to be apathetic in America now. We're all being brain dead by the pollution that's being purposely put in our face and in our food.
Breaking news tonight, a stunning development in the case of accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, the jail financier, dead of an apparent suicide.
And this guy, one of his correctional insiders, calls into the show. Wow, this looks really good.
Wants to be moved to another facility, or are you assuming the transfer means to a hospital? That there's
the way I read it was it looked like
to a hospital. But Nathan, there's not a more secure facility he can go to.
Well, isn't that sad? I'll play that later tonight for sure. And nobody had committed suicide for 40 years until now at this location. You took your 4-year-old to the dentist, they asked why I didn't want fluoride included. This 20-year-old tweet tried to tell me about the positive stuff it does. Really? Are you serious? Well, believe me, fluoride is super bad for your children, especially if they swallow it. It's actually a known poison. So don't let them swallow toothpaste, whatever you do. But have them rinse their mouth out or use non-fluoridated toothpaste. So in 2019, Dayton, Ohio mass shooters in 2014 death now confirmed. Wow. Okay, so they've done some more research on that Dayton, Ohio shooter and found out he died in 2014. He couldn't possibly have been the shooter there. Yeah, his alias S. Betts. He was a failed musician and performer. They have records of him. So this person went deep into the records to find a person who literally matched everything the shooter claimed to be. Connor Betts. Huh. Well, that'll be interesting too. Thank you, Scissor Fight. So we have a very robust show in the evening. But if I played it right now, they'd kick me off YouTube practically. Good. I'm glad you've avoided fluoridated toothpaste. Avoid it for your kids especially. And try not to drink water that isn't filtered. Now, I'm not Alex Jones. I'm not selling a filter product here. You know, it's not like, you're not going to believe this, but the best filter out there is the beep, beep, beep. I'm not going to verify any filter gets rid of fluoride. I can tell you that if you filter your water, your chances of not drinking fluoride increase. So do filter your water. You don't want to drink fluoride. Yeah. I don't know, man. Herpes free since 03 says we have too many freeloaders that just want everything for free. They'll fight for nothing as long as they get their food stamps. That's a good point, and, you know, but we kind of want a basic income for people, so I don't want people to starve to death. No, Pizzagate never got a bunch of innocent people shot by a nut that went into a restaurant. That's a lot of BS. That's a cover story. You're not allowed to publish this here. The nut never hurt a single soul. There was only shots outside the restaurant. What the hell is wrong with you, slow modes? Are you an FBI agent or something? Because you sure as hell seem like one. Can you believe this person? God. Slow mode is in slow mode, all right. Yeah, we had this story earlier. Jeffrey Epstein reportedly transferred out. Reportedly transferred out prior to his suicide. So they got rid of his cellmate so he wouldn't recognize the fake guy that was sitting there. It wasn't even him. Alkaline versus alkalized water. Okay. That sounds like a good 8-minute video. Cool. Thank you, chat room. Mucho apreciado. So you got 2 girls pregnant and now you live off welfare. You don't give an F about getting a stupid job or paying for your crap. How about that downy face? Well, you're telling the truth. That's how you feel. You don't vote because you're a felon. You don't give an F unless your welfare is cut. Well, there you have it. That says it all right there. Yeah, you have the right to your free speech, man. Now, I'm not taking that away from you. I appreciate your input. I can't say I agree with you or your lifestyle, but thanks for telling the truth. Yeah, that's how he feels. I'm just reciting what he said. And you're going to get more bitches pregnant. Well, there you have it. This guy plans on getting as many women pregnant as he can because he's a loser. And he doesn't care if he screws. You probably have herpes too. You probably give herpes away while you impregnate women too. Knowing that. You don't care about anybody but yourself. You're a typical self-centered person who's lived off of nothing. So you know what that feels like. I hear you. At least you're telling the truth. You see, we have people being honest in the chat room. That's better than people lying, that's for sure. So his roommate, The apparent suicide of alleged sex offender continues to mystify the nation, and how the 66-year-old was able to kill himself while incarcerated at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York. Oh, his body was found at 6:30 a.m. Yeah. You know, we have to assume that that he was unmonitored prior to his death. Why would that be? Why would Donald Trump allow his former friend, Jeffrey Epstein, to go unmonitored if he really cared about his life? What kind of a friend or former friend was Donald Trump to have Jeffrey Epstein? He made no special request to give him any kind of safety. He did nothing to make sure the Metropolitan Police Facility was safe. Well, because Jeffrey Epstein faked his death, that's why. It's not even him in the death photos. Look at that. Clearly his nose is opposite to what it should be. The decedent right next to me is clearly got a hooked nose, and Jeffrey Epstein didn't. I'm not saying it's good or bad to have a hooked nose. It doesn't matter to me. But look at that. Clearly there's a major difference in the physical appearance of the person who died. And where is the ongoing autopsy? Where is the DNA test to see if a heart attack weapon was used? Where is this? There's nothing. Our government is doing nothing but covering everything up. The big cover-up. Big time cover-up. He works less than me. That's clearly Ric Flair, who's... I know. Ric Flair. Right. Self-asphyxiation can lead to... Yeah. It can. I just muted you, Slow Modes. You came back as City Critter. But the point of the matter is the face doesn't match, neither do the ears. So what is your problem? Why don't you accept one simple fact on Conspiracy Monday, that we're lied to about one of the most heinous crimes on earth, pedophilia, and that this man will never face charges because nobody wants to be known in government to have been at Jeffrey Epstein's secret pedophile location at Orgy Island.
This is John in Los Angeles. It's August 10th, 2019, 7:53 in the evening. And guess who's here? Let's see what happens tonight. I don't know. You know, I'm not posting these to scare anybody. It's just I'm trying to give you the information that there's some stuff going on in this guy that's pretty insidious. And you're seeing it right now. It's coming out of this vehicle. It's sick. I haven't seen this guy for a couple of days, but he's back again. Same vehicle, too. Really odd-looking, dark vehicle. Let's see what he does tonight. Sometimes he stops spraying or continues. He stops and then it starts again. I never know what he's going to do. It's hard. It looks kind of grainy. I'm sorry about that. It's just evening and it's weird. You know? Hold on. See, it's not a giant long trail, but look how much substance is coming out of this thing. I mean, continuous.
Yeah.
Just pouring it out.
Yeah.
And then your news is going to distract you with all this fake crap. It's like a circus. You know, distract. They're distracting you from this right here, guys. Right here. Look at that. That's not the sunset lighting that orange up. I promise you. It's way too dark for that. Okay, let's see what he does tonight. I have no clue what he's going to do. It's just so weird. I feel like I'm in some kind of a weird nightmare. You know?
Yeah.
And I'll go back a little bit in case he does something strange. Stranger. Look at that. They're telling us these are contrails. What a joke that is. Just a total joke. This guy's pretty far away right now. But, See what he does. Hang on, sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on this thing. I really want to get in close on him, but I'm telling you, every time I do it, it just doesn't look right. It just kind of gets pixelated and whatever. There he is. Freeze frame it if you want. Sorry, the neighborhood's making a bunch of noise here. I'll pull back in case he drops this thing. If he starts spurting again, we'll see. Look at this. Crop dusting at its finest, guys. Look what they're doing to our air. This is wrong, man. Same agenda as the vaccines, too. You know? Harm. I mean, that's their goal there. All right, let's see what he does. Once the trail starts getting thinner, then he drops it off. It's going to stay back. I don't need to get in close. And we've seen this thing in 1,000 videos already. You should see my collection of Orange Blossom special videos. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, he's got a lot of proof of these chemtrails being dumped on his head, that's for sure. And this guy, along with others, have taken lots of photographs confirming the existence of these chemtrails. So, very weird and disturbing. Okay, I've uncovered the video of Jeffrey Epstein's island. We'll be featuring that tonight.
Until the lawyers got them out. What was...
Surveillance can't...
That's not the video I thought it was, sorry. I'm still looking for it. Okay. Welfare King thinks I'm running for president talking about crackpot conspiracy theories? What?
Hello.
Who are you? You are some sort of a psycho weirdo, dude. Yeah. I don't talk about conspiracy theories. I talk about conspiracy facts. That was definitely a chemtrail, Mario. You're an idiot. Good night. Go away. Can you believe that idiot? He says it was a contrail. We're fighting idiots every night in our show. There was no green light or red light on the left wing. A lot of these flights are completely... They're not even recorded. Many of them are not even on the radar of Flight 24. They are typically dumping on you day and night, and many of them are not even manned by pilots. There is a LAN networking system to run out of the FCC that can run 7 planes simultaneously with remote control. It's not that difficult for them to dislodge chemicals with remote control systems that automatically release the canisters. I don't have to go into deep detail to explain this. I've got ample footage of all of this happening right in front of your eyes, like right here. That's not the only time. There's countless events going on. Here's pictures of the inside of the planes. The nozzles that come out, that spray them right here. Here are the canisters that deliver them right on your head. You're breathing fumes that have been designed to completely dumb you down and worse, maybe even kill you, compromise your immune system, make you weak. So you're wondering why you're coming down with illnesses, your family's dying of cancer. Practically everybody I know right now lost somebody this summer to cancer. I'm not kidding. Everyone I know is losing somebody they know. It's happening every day in America. They have this equipment designed to poison us slowly, and our government won't even talk about it. In fact, if you do talk about it, they'll claim you're a whack job. So they've managed to alienate anybody talking about the credible truth and make everyone think that somebody's a complete idiot for doing that, exposing the truth, and then they claim it's just a contrail. Pretty sad. I gotta go back into my YouTube collection here and see if I can find anything related to that. I'll put that in chemtrails and tonight's show again. I thought I had the aerial photograph of Jeffrey Epstein's estate, and I'm still looking for it. So let me get back to it.
If you are interested,
it's that same guy
getting the bump.
Titus Frost has a good one tonight.
You laughing in the comments.
We'll be talking about that video tonight in our evening show. This guy, Titus Frost, has done a pretty good job of exposing Pedogate. And I don't think he's going to necessarily touch down on Jeffrey Epstein, but he will be talking about Nixivium and all of that. I'll add this to our link tonight. He does a really good job, Titus does. And he's got quite a few people on his networks following him for that reason. Okay, cool. All right, I still have to look through my collection and find that. Whatever he is, he's perfectly normal, unlike you, who's abnormal and needs to be taken out of the show. Is it too cold at iBlog? You might want to consider getting a heater, maybe a Mr. Buddy, and stay warmer. They say iBlog is freezing. You guys, you're freezing all the time. I'm not showing too many drop frames. I mean, I'm still locked in pretty much the same thing. Okay, Frazzle Drip. That's the alleged video of Hillary Clinton at Uma Abedin that was suppressed by the NYPD when they shut it down. When it was in the 600,000 emails of Anthony Weiner. A lot of things are being ignored about Clinton and all these things that are suppressed, like this picture here. Pop quiz: which one of these girls had their dress paid for by the Clinton Foundation? Does anybody know? Pop quiz. Number 1 is the Haitian child. Number 2 is Hillary Clinton's daughter, Chelsea. Who had their dress paid for by the Clinton Foundation? Guess. Number 1 for the Haitian girl. Number 2 for Chelsea. You will not be tested. Don't have to worry. That's correct. Number 2, 3, 4, 5. Chelsea Clinton had a $15,000 wedding dress paid for by the Clinton Foundation as they scraped $5.4 billion out of people's pockets and put it in their own pocket, claiming they were going to help the poor Haitian children. Yet no one investigated them at all. There are people in QAnon that think, oh, well, she's under sealed indictments. Oh, yeah, sure. Hillary's not being investigated and never will. Hillary and Donald are close friends. You people that love Donald are really stupid. And now you're willing to commit to gun control. A lot of you people that love Donald. Well, he's right, you know. He should take away the guns of people who've checked into a crisis unit. So anybody goes in voluntarily to a crisis unit, now they're in the red flag law, and they won't be able to get a gun because of it. Lindsey Turncoat Graham, who gets money from Russia to get reelected, along with Donald Trump, who gets help from Russia to get reelected, they support gun control. So it seems that Russia wants to disarm our country by getting Lindsey Graham, Donald Trump, and all the Democrats to push for gun control. Isn't that interesting? Little known fact. They both support gun control now. There's a lot of things the Clintons have had covered up, and we'd like to know more. It's time for justice. That's right. But we're not going to get any. Crimes against children, we're not going to get any justice here. No, not until we have a third party. It's that simple. We don't have a need for more AK-47s. We have more than enough small arms like AR-15s to defend the nation against alien attack from God knows where. And AR-15s aren't going to kill anybody in a big way. That's for sure. They're just like 22 rifles. So AK-47s are far more dangerous in America than that. If you want more AK-47s, I guess you could find them in a country that allows legal firearms, but you're not going to find automatic weapons here. They're illegal. Yeah, I could have sworn I had these videos in my library of Jeffrey Epstein's house, and I really want to look at it again. I'm going to keep diving in until I find it. Remember when Megyn Kelly mainstreamed the whole thing and had James Alefantis get on the camera and talk about how she was perfectly fine with his picture?
Everybody, apathetic CIA troll Dave Snarky Acton checking in. Trigger warning, trigger warning. We did want to review the Megyn Kelly versus the Comet Ping Pong Pizza owner guy. Some people say it's like a torture chamber, but where did they get these ideas?
Yeah, let me mute this guy. He's just doing commentary, but he had a picture of this girl sitting out, and Megyn Kelly was standing there. James Alefantis claimed this was his goddaughter, and he taped her to a table, and he posted it on Instagram, and he thought that was perfectly fine. And Megyn Kelly interviewed him and actually acted like everything was fine. Like, no big deal.
Obviously, these people are crazy.
Anyway, this guy gave his own little tidbit about the whole thing, but yeah. They try to mainstream behavior like this, like it's no big deal. We shouldn't consider that weird. That is pretty weird. The U.S. has millions of barrels of toxic chemical weapons we could use in an all-out war. Okay, we know that. No, the only reason why Donald Trump won is because somebody paid him to win. And he has not supported the Constitution at all. He's not standing up for the Second Amendment. Show me where in the Second Amendment it says you can go out and have a person tested whether they're mentally competent to have a gun or not. Could you show me in the Second Amendment where he supports that? Well, bottom line is he's losing his power right now as we speak, because a lot of his Trump supporters are going, this guy's flipping on gun control. I will not flip on gun control. I promise you, we will stand for your right to bear arms under all circumstances. And I'm pulling verification off the table too. I'm a Democrat who at one time actually talked about, I was a Democrat at one time who talked about, I'm not a Democrat anymore. I talked about verification, and it got me a C- on the NRA assessment tool. But no way will I do this anymore, especially with these red flag laws that Lindsey Graham and Trump are supporting. They're very light. They'll take away guns from people suffering from mild PTSD in the military. I don't want that. If illegal guns can be acquired by criminals, I don't want any guns taken away from our country. We need our guns to stand against tyranny. Exactly. I agree with you, T1000. Civilian population with guns equals most dangerous land to invade because of the highest chance of catching a bullet in your nuts. The Second Amendment only guarantees guns to a well-regulated militia. There's no definition of what a well-regulated militia is. It could be anybody with a gun. And it certainly doesn't represent the Army. The Second Amendment wasn't written so that the Army can hold on to guns and we can't. So why don't you take that tire crap and stick it back where the sun doesn't shine in your other account? Thank you. Bye. Gun control is off the table here. You libtards can go vote for anybody you want, even scumbags that want to kill children like Beto O'Rourke. I don't care. Apparently you don't care about people and the rights to people to defend against home invasion, you scumbag libtards. Now you Trump supporters better realize that Trump is now leaning toward gun control. And he's already endorsed these false flags that have veritably no proof whatsoever of anybody dying. He made Parkland shooting his big thing. He spent an hour and 23 minutes with a bunch of kids. He never spent an hour and 23 minutes with anybody. And he talked about how horrible it was. Oh yeah, Donald Trump supports the fake news as long as it supports his gun control agenda. He's never gone against any one of these events and claimed they were fake. Ever. Not once. Donald Trump has stood behind all these fake shootings and believed the party line that they're really a problem. We have to do something about it. I'm telling you, people better bail on the Trump ship before 2020 rolls around, or you won't have your guns in 2021. They'll take them. They'll claim you're all mentally ill. They'll deem the whole society mentally ill, and we all have to have our guns taken away based on their their red flag laws. Mark my words. Now, China, we saw, has a really big armada of vehicles going into Hong Kong right now to squelch a protest of just people trying to prevent them from pushing a very, very sick Beijing policy in Hong Kong. Look at this. They're bringing in the heavy guns, China is. Look at that. As far as the eye can see. You have to almost see it to believe it. Look at that. It's like all the way down the street, all these military operations are going on. China is trying to move in with heavy-duty arsenals to stop any protests in the streets of Hong Kong. Hey, we've got a big supporter here for third party. Yeah. We've got a cat with Buddha nature. Look at that. Cool. Big supporting cat. Thank you. So we've got a lot of reasons to talk about all these issues tonight in our late show. And the good thing about our show, which starts in 25 minutes, is it plays videos in the evening you would never see on the mainstream media. And we have excellent link providers who bring us these top quality links from areas that are reaching out of the way to stay online so that you can find the truth. 153news.net has already faced a battery of attacks from even governments like Australia to try to shut them down. I am wearing a mouth guard, yes. Thank you. I had some teeth surgery today, or not today, but recently, and it was very good. It was very successful. But I didn't want to, spoil it by having my teeth not covered with a mouth guard. Well, I think they're trying to disarm the country with Donald Trump doing that. Well, Donald Trump will try to disarm the country along with the Democrats because you people absolutely believe somehow he's stopping the deep state. Why don't you people just go ahead and admit you don't even know what you're talking about most of the time because you believe everything's fake news? That would be a good starting point. And because you've condemned every single thing as fake news, you've never listened to the truth about Russian involvement in Donald Trump's life. We know now from the Mueller testimony that Russia did have a sex dossier and blackmailed the president. And they're calling that the new normal. So yeah, something's wrong here. No, that's a long time ago. I've had teeth work done since then. I spent about $1,000 on my teeth beyond that. Yeah, I was looking at today, or a couple days ago, part of my tooth fell off because I bit into this ridiculous shiitake mushroom that's so dry it's harder than a corn nut. So I lost a bicuspid, which it was hanging on by a thread. And I was able to get a tooth replacement, which really helps me. So when I'm chewing, I don't have a big gap in my mouth, but normally I wear these press-on veneers during the show, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, they're not going to legalize pot, not under Trump, no. They'll probably make it criminalized again. We're heading in the wrong direction, people. As long as you vote for Trump, we're heading in a very wrong direction. He's willing to be controlled by the people that control his financial debt and that have sex tapes on him. So it's very simple. Yeah, I was just eating this mushroom, a godforsaken mushroom, hard as hell. And then I reach over and like, oh, that's not too. Oh, okay. Thanks. Luckily, I had a root canal in it, so it didn't send me through the roof. Oh, I don't pay insurance for tooth replacements. I don't believe in insurance for dental. You've been banned. You know that political money was funneled even into Vaughn Live while Hillary was running for election? Dude, Mark made $1 million or more. Actually, he's made $900 million on our show. $900 million. They say he made even more than that, some people are saying. He's made a fortune off of our show. I've made nothing, not even 1 cent. Well, many of you have watched the show and wondered why it was hard to get in, and wondered why your IP was banned or why you couldn't get in after 50 refreshes. These are the tools Mark uses to censor our show. And he does it for the Russian oligarchs. Not something I'm proud of. I have to do the show either way. I'm not supporting him, and I certainly don't want him to make money, but I'm not going to stop either just because he's paid to stop me. So it's a very interesting conflict or paradigm, if you will. It's kind of a catch-22 because the harder he tries to stop me, the more committed I am to broadcasting for free. And if he tries to stop me and continues to dox me and allow people to dox me, I'll just run this show on multiple networks. He's only increasing my commitment to this show and to a dedication to a third party. They're complete fools if they think they're going to pay somebody to stop me. They're really out to lunch. I've been offered $300 million to stop doing what I'm doing. I refuse. Money cannot buy me because the truth is at stake here. There are people, pedophiles in Washington that are abusing children, and you guys can make donations as long as they're U.S. citizens. You certainly can donate to our efforts, but there are pedophiles in Washington that are never going to be seeing the light of day because they're protected, like Jeffrey Epstein, who apparently did not die because his autopsy results show that he's still living. In fact, we won't even see autopsy results from Jeffrey Epstein. They won't even show them. Clearly, his nose is not Jeffrey Epstein's, the person who allegedly was laying on that gurney. It doesn't take a lot to realize that this is a picture of a nose. The nose knows. When you look at this, you can see that the nose is different. One is sloped. The person who died, this is his nose. This is Jeffrey Epstein's real nose. I don't know if he had a nose job or not, but he didn't have one there. And that means he died, somebody else died in his place, in his stead. He didn't die. He's probably right now molesting a few 14-year-old girls who he's probably going to kill tonight. And you're sitting there laughing. It's amazing how people are so stupid and heartless to even consider that Jeffrey Epstein maybe died. Believe me, he got away scot-free. And he's out there probably having surgery on his face to have it changed again. Who knows? You want to know why Hillary is protected? T1000. It's because she may be evil, but she wasn't stupid. Bet your ass the basement server is not the only one she got. So if anyone threatens to get her in the courtroom, then she takes everyone else down with her. That's true with Jeffrey Epstein, too. Yeah, he's probably got ample evidence on everybody. So they just gave him a free ticket out. They probably had to pay a couple $1 billion in cash to get a new face or something. Yeah, he's no longer going to be processed. She did have a backup Exchange email server. We know for a fact that her email manager, Hillary Clinton's email manager, was soliciting on 4chan, looking for a way to scrub all of Hillary's emails. We know that for a fact. And we know that backup of her emails were found on Anthony Weiner's drive. You claim they were multiple backups. I said there were a lot more emails. I don't believe the story the FBI said about Anthony Weiner's 600,000 emails. That's BS. And we do know that her email manager, her tech advisor, was online, and we have proof that he was online looking for a way to bleach all of the emails that she had. That's a fact. We can prove that. Epstein Island was created to control politicians with pedophile setups. That's why Jeffrey Epstein just got a free ticket out, and he got a new somebody to fake his death. The Democrats and Republicans are both corrupt. In the recent Mueller testimony, it became clear that Mueller could not talk about certain things regarding Russian oligarchs financing Democrats. He said it was beyond his purview. That's because it's top secret that the Democrats and Republicans have been receiving Russian donations for some time for re-election. We know for a fact that Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell have received money from Russia for the past 3 years of re-election. You said Anthony's emails were copies of the same thing over and over again. There are clearly Anthony Weiner's emails were her backup. But more importantly, that says a lot and belies a deeper issue. She had numerous backups online that were taken by others. And I don't believe Roger Stone had anything to do with it. I agree, the entire Republican-Democrat thing is a joke. It's a setup to make us look like we have choice. Left versus right. Right. Protagonist versus antagonist. Exactly. It's all set up. We know that. Yeah, exactly. And there are emails out there, and Anthony Weiner had his emails suppressed, so we know that was suppressed. We also know from the work of Devin Nunes that Strzok, the FBI agent, culled Hillary's emails from 35,000 down to 3,500 during the investigation. So there probably are emails on Benghazi we never saw that Trey Gowdy never had a chance to look at. So it's safe to say there's still a lot of information on Hillary that are still out there that we could probably review with a full grand jury investigation. But I'm calling for a grand jury investigation of the NYPD and the recent 5 suicides there that look very suspicious, as well as the connection to Anthony Weiner's emails, Hillary Clinton, Uma Abedin, Bill Clinton, Pizzagate, and Jeffrey Epstein, and as it relates to Donald Trump. So there's all these connections that need to be looked at by a grand jury investigation. Benghazi was a thing because Christopher Stevens was offed, killed for knowing too much. The takeover of Libya amounted to a massive money profit mechanism for the Western nations. They took all of his money, his gold and his oil, and then completely covered it up. Christopher Stevens was aware and privy to this knowledge, and he was terminated while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. When she had full knowledge of his insecurities at that facility, she had received numerous emails from Christopher Stevens saying he didn't feel safe there, and she completely disregarded them. Then she came up with a cover story, that she told people that it was because of a Innocence of the Muslims movie that inspired rioting that led to the death of Chris Stevens, which even she herself admitted was not true. That in fact she'd said something different to some of her family members. So clearly there's a major inconsistency there. And the fact that there were no emails at all on Benghazi, which is suspicious considering she was Secretary of State. I mean, all of this points to conspiracy cover-up at every level. And why Benghazi is important, because it truly is a turning point in American history where we were used to take down a world leader, Muammar Gaddafi, who had just signed a treaty with the U.S. in 2007 to not pursue weapons of mass destruction, and we still took him out. Just like we're attempting to take out Bashar al-Assad now with an economic hit, or President Maduro down in Venezuela with an economic hit. So don't kid yourself, people. The longer you have your head in the sands like slow modes, the more likely you'll never ever wake up. I wouldn't doubt Barry Seal and Gary Webb were taken out. Gary Webb was shot twice. They called it a suicide. Trump has claimed numerous times that Jeffrey Epstein was a terrific guy, and now he claims he hardly ever knew him. So his secrets are going to the grave, or maybe not. Maybe we'll find him when we do the grand jury investigation. I think Jeffrey Epstein's still alive. He kept meticulously detailed diaries which could come back to haunt his powerful pals.
Jeffrey Epstein once moved among the rich and famous, a multi-millionaire financier with connections to the world's most powerful. Donald Trump once called him a terrific guy. It was in a jail cell in Manhattan that he apparently took his own life. He was taken to hospital where he was pronounced dead. It's believed he wasn't on suicide watch, despite an apparent attempt to take his own life last month. The Attorney General said he's appalled and ordered an investigation. Already a convicted sex offender, Epstein was facing the prospect of decades in prison if convicted of the sex trafficking of minors. His case had threatened to implicate prominent names from the worlds of politics and business. Among them, his friend the Duke of York. In court documents released in the US in the last few days, the prince was accused of inappropriate behaviour towards 2 women. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said any suggestion of impropriety with underage minors is categorically untrue. It was in 2005 that police began an investigation into allegations of underage girls being paid for sex at Epstein's home. He struck a plea deal which saw him sentenced to 18 months in jail, but with permission to leave for 12 hours a day to work. The deal was agreed by prosecutor Alex Acosta. Last month, he resigned as Donald Trump's Labour Secretary over accusations of showing leniency to Epstein. Trump once said Epstein liked beautiful women as much as he did, adding that many of them were on the younger side. He now takes a different tone.
I was not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein, and you watched people yesterday saying that I threw him out of a club. I didn't want anything to do with him. That was many, many years ago. It shows you one thing, that I have good taste.
By then, Epstein was back in custody facing charges of trafficking dozens of young girls for sex. His death has left lawyers for his accusers with serious questions.
I think there should be a full inquiry into exactly what happened within the jail system. I think that given the number of people that were exposed just in the public release of documents that occurred this past Friday, should draw some pause as to whether or not, in fact, this was a suicide or whether someone actually got to him.
His death won't bring an end to the swirl of conspiracies, allegations, or investigations into those close to him, but it ensures that Jeffrey Epstein himself will never face justice.
The Orion system.
Oh, okay. She leans in, he leans and she kissed.
Okay, so we all know that Jeffrey Epstein was a kingpin in this entire operation. And many people know that Bill Clinton went to Orgy Island over 24 times that we know of. Agents for our government have openly said that he used military aircraft to go there on visits after he became, after he stepped down from the presidency. Trump is already shying away from the Constitution on many issues. Yes. I don't think that the Republicans have a mindset to actually criticize Trump in any way. Hang on just a second. There's also a hate campaign going on about me, which is totally untrue. Well, the Constitution isn't standing right now, Jordong, so how can you possibly assume it would stand the test of time? Trump has already eroded the Constitution. Your right to privacy has already been abandoned. They can search and seize anything in your property. Interpol is allowed to come into your life, take anything they want, even you. Send it to Europe if it wants. So we've already seen our Constitution trampled on by Donald Trump. He now wants to see red flag laws against people bearing the right to bear arms. We're seeing a man trying to kowtow to the liberals on gun control, which is only going to make our country weaker as a nation. If you want to save this nation, you've got to vote third party in this upcoming election. Voting Republican only sends it right down into the hands of the deep state who control Donald Trump. Well, at least you come to the conclusion you scare girls online. Yeah. Thoughts, really? Yeah, a homeless person with the same attributes of Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, exactly. Apparently somebody homeless they found looks just like Jeffrey Epstein, except the nose is more curved than his, and his ears are different. Yeah, my thoughts are that Jeffrey Epstein's still alive, and he's doing very well. He probably has a couple of girls right now he's molesting, and he's probably going to kill one of them tonight, and none of you even care except for the ones that are in here talking about getting oversight with a third party. Thank you very much for coming in and talking about it. He never died, no. Epstein's still alive, folks. We're absolutely positive. I'm calling for a grand jury investigation of this entire thing. And if our leaders don't want to do a grand jury investigation, it shows you they're all compromised, they're all controlled, and Zionism has taken over our country. Spread the word. Both Joe Biden and Donald Trump are both hardcore Zionists who support a new world order. Well, good luck with that. Good luck finding them. The problem is these pedos have protection at the highest level. You're getting your funding from the same people he knows? Well, maybe they don't want to, let the guy walk, but somebody got him out. Say, for instance, the people that really are concerned about him getting out because they themselves will be named and blamed are trying to kill him now. And say, for instance, he did get out and he's on his own with the same cadre of people that are protecting him. We'll see what happens, because it does seem like there are various players in play here, not just the Mossad, but people who have much different power structures that can control the situation from outside. Here's Donald Trump dancing with Jeffrey Epstein to a bunch of barely clad women in a dance club. This is back when Donald Trump was Studio 54, Mr. Popularity. He used to hang out. He talked about how he used to watch people have sex in front of him. Famous people, he said. He wrote about it in New York Magazine. He bragged about all the different sex parties he was going to. This is a guy who refuses to admit that he ever had adultery with his wife. I mean, talk about a hypocrite. Huh. I was talking about the Christians in the room who think that the guy is somehow a Christian. No, he's not. He's a Satanist. He studied under Norman Vincent Peale, a renowned 33rd degree Mason, Presbyterian. And we all know the 33rd degree Masons actually worship Satan. They worship Lucifer as Jesus. A little cocaine going on there. Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, I see that. High on cocaine. The cocaine jaw action. Let's take a look at that jaw action again. No, I don't know. That's just a guy thinking he's cool, standing there with his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. But he disavowed his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The problem is, Jeffrey Epstein visited Donald Trump in 2016 in Mar-a-Lago. There's records of this. After Donald Trump won the election, Jeffrey Epstein went and visited him at Mar-a-Lago. How could he have disavowed his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein when he went and visited him at Mar-a-Lago? And by the way, that's where Justice for Katie claimed she was raped when Donald Trump raped her as 13 years old. That's what she claimed, and then she said her life was threatened, and then she dropped the lawsuit. I'm just telling the truth here. No kidding, we need answers to this calamity, but you're never going to get it from the two-party system. When are you going to finally realize that there's no way you're ever going to get accountability from a bunch of corrupt pigs? And instead of looking for a guy like me who's not greedy, who's not into money like Donald Trump, You vote for people that are greedy and are into money in the Democratic and Republican Party. So really, what's going on here? Why would you be that stupid to keep voting for people that are completely corrupt? I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm just saying wake up. Hey, Dave, could you talk about something positive for 2 minutes? No, I can't. No, this show is going to be pretty much talking about the truth tonight and tomorrow night. We're running out of time right now to talk about the truth. So tomorrow night we have another 5 hours to talk about it. But the truth is not positive. Not when we're seeing cover-up after cover-up. Yeah, there's no truth involved here. Tomorrow will be the truth. We'll know for a fact that we've seen more false flags in the past 13 years than we have seen right now. So they're really kind of lowering the amount of fake shooting events. So I think they're losing in the battle. You know, they keep about the same number of shooting events in our face every year to make sure they keep reviving the message of gun control. Their primary goal, of course, is to disarm the population so we're weak. Yeah, there's a conspiracy theory, not a theory, technically, that Anthony Bourdain was killed because he was about to blow the whistle on Pizzagate. Well, the fact of the matter is, like I said earlier, Anthony Bourdain had $14 million in net worth prior to death. After death, he had 1.5. How do you lose $12.5 million in one night? With a gun to your head, signing over all your papers. That's how it happens. And then they suicided the guy. He even said that HRC operatives were bothering him right before the end of his death, end of his life. Yeah, they've been trying to blame white supremacists for all the mass shootings that have happened. But really, I think we have to look at the number of mass shootings in 2019 that have happened and ask, it's kind of a mixed bag. Most of them are black. Yeah, so even their fake propaganda stories aren't flying. The reality is, technically, black people are using more guns against themselves and against other black people, of course, than anybody else being killed by guns. So it's really a gang violence thing that's happening, not just people in general getting guns. No, it's not racist. We're just stating a fact, Jack. And you know something? If you think it's racist, you're probably a racist. You probably don't like white people. Yeah, David Epstein never died. I know. Guess 353. I got that. Who would pay $50 for a joint? Why don't you move to a recreational marijuana state where you can buy them for $5? I mean, what the hell, dude? Why would you ever want to pay $50 for a joint? Wow. Move out of your state. You're a bunch of communists or racists or Trump-tard people that live around you. Move to a cool state where it's not that, controlled. Wow. Yeah, oh yeah, Islamic people have been pedophiles for years. It's known fact. It's true. I mean, even Muhammad has a history of marrying a 10-year-old girl. It disturbs me to no end, but I can't control what they do in other countries. I'm saying that Epstein went to someplace safe where he could continue molesting children or girls specifically. No, I have never heard of it. I'm sure there's a lot of varieties of top shelf flour and wax and keef all in one. So you're saying you paid for a $50 joint that had keef, wax, and flour in it? Okay. Who wants to smoke a $50 joint? You got to be out of your mind. I'm just telling you. That's ridiculous. You just wasted $50. You could buy a half an ounce for that in a recreational marijuana state. And it's good stuff. I'm not talking about leaf. Whatever. You're wasting your money. You're becoming addicted to high-end THC. Not physically addicted. Psychologically addicted. Muhammad married a woman that was 10 years old. Yeah. I wouldn't call that a woman, but in Arabic countries, they call women women at 10 years old. No, you read that wrong. You're really out to lunch. Unbelievable. I can't believe how Slow Modes makes every single statement that we make and contorts it into something completely upside down. It's just amazing to me. Well, at least 10 years old. Go with 10 years old. I'm not here to, judge other countries, but I don't believe you should allow that in America, in Dearborn, Washington. So, Donald, if you're listening, I want you to turn Dearborn, Michigan into a sanctuary city. Okay, he dated her at 6, consummated marriage at 9. Thank you. Either way, I was pretty accurate, but thank you. Well, you fire up that $50 joint. You paid for it. Good luck. Try to keep your head straight throughout the whole evening. Sounds to me like you're pushing the envelope on your sanity there, buddy. Hey, we've reached the end of the show, but we haven't reached the end of the story because there's a big time cover up here. It does look like the evidence is right there in front of us that Jeffrey Epstein, not only did he not have protection all the way up with around-the-clock guards, which shows you how Donald Trump could care less about his ex-friend and his injustice about pedophiles. That's suspicious in and of itself. But then you've got this story where the person clearly doesn't even have the same nose. It's a hooked nose on the decedent, and Jeffrey Epstein had a straight nose, which clearly shows a false person was put in place to make it look like Jeffrey Epstein. So Jeffrey Epstein, he doesn't want to die. He didn't want to be taken out in prison. So clearly all they did was just put somebody else, like a homeless guy, in his place, give him a heart attack, beat him up a little bit. Because you can see this picture, he's got a little bruising next to his face there. See the bruise? Right there on his face? Yeah, that's because he was beaten up, this homeless guy, and then they stuck him in Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell and claimed it's him. And because there's no evidence being pursued and there's no autopsy showing possible, DNA alterations and not matching Jeffrey Epstein's DNA, because there's absolutely no oversight by our government, we have to assume that this is a big time cover-up. And in no way is it going away anytime soon. Yeah. Unfortunately, folks, we are being lied to at the highest levels by our own government, who are suppressing any information gathering about pedophiles in Washington, D.C. and in Hollywood. And it's been going on for some time. This is not some make-believe story. This really is going on right before our very eyes. So, in lieu of that, we'll be back tomorrow night with any new developments on this, and we'll continue the discussion of how our government is lying to us daily in our show, starting at 5 p.m. But tonight we're playing videos that haven't been seen by anybody here, starting right now. Thank you for coming in, everybody. We'll take care. America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.